platforms at Facebook at 3FM 92.7 and also on YouTube at 3FM 92.7. My name is Christabel Success Treve. Coming up this morning, over 61,000 candidates to sit for the 2026 Technical and Vocational Education and Training Examination today. Also, double track system in senior high schools to end by 2027. That's according to the President, John Dramani Mahama.
There should be no secondary school implementing a double track.
And much later, World Health Organization warns of potential larger outbreak of the Ebola virus in DR Congo with significant risk of local and regional spread.
The World Health Organization considers this event serious enough. It is a bit unusual and capable of spreading beyond national borders.
Stay with us because we're bringing you details of these and a whole lot more. Thank you for staying with us here. Now, some 61,506 candidates across Ghana will participate in this year's Technical and Vocational Education and Training TVET examinations, which begins on Monday, May 18, and is to end on Friday, June 12, 2026. Out of the total number, 59,754 candidates will sit for the Certificate 2 examinations, while 1,752 candidates will write other traditional TVET examinations. The Commission said the figures represent an 8.06% increase over last year's candidature for the Certificate 2 examinations. According to TVET, 6 separate series of each serialized paper will be used this year, although all candidates will be assessed using the same standards and marking schemes. Away from that, the President, John Dramani Mahama, has announced a sweeping education reform agenda aimed at ending the double-track system by next year through major infrastructure expansion and enhanced teacher development initiatives. Speaking at the commissioning of the Sweden-Ghana Medical Center in Greater Accra, the President announced the upgrade of 50 senior high schools and new community day schools aimed at transforming access and quality in education nationwide.
In this regard, government has secured a $300 million facility from the World Bank to upgrade 50 senior high schools nationwide. It is fundamentally about promoting equity, improving quality, and widening opportunities for every Ghanaian child. The StarJ project is going to assist Ghana government achieve its target of bringing an end to double track in our secondary school system by next year. By 2027, there should be no secondary school implementing a double track.
You just heard that the voice of President John Dramani Mahama. The New Patriotic Party, NPP, is demanding the immediate and non-negotiable release of its incarcerated Bono Regional Chairman, Kwame Bafo, popularly known as Abronye, from BNI detention. At a media briefing, Minority Leader Alexander Apenyo-Marking argued that the basis for Abonye's detention is frivolous, describing the arrest as a state-sponsored attack aimed at intimidating the political minority.
Parliament's Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee shall, upon assumption of Parliament, be made through an application to summon the Inspector General of Police, the Director General of BNI, to publicly account for every decision taken in this matter. The Chief Justice is not also above the law. They must all be answerable. And let the majority know this. In the effort by the minority in ensuring this is done, they should not try to stampede it.
Minority Leader Alexander Apenyo-Marking speaking there. The Member of Parliament for Sagnarigu, Ata Issa, has defended Ghana's planned policy coordination instrument (PCI) arrangement with the International Monetary Fund (IMF), describing it as a necessary step to sustain fiscal discipline and restore investor confidence in the economy.
So this simply means a continuation of fiscal discipline. when we are under an IMF program, you know that governments across the globe strive hard to be fiscally prudent and do well in terms of revenue mobilization and expenditure rationalization so that we spend what we have. We don't spend what we don't have. Now, a complete departure or movement away from the IMF. In fact, remember, we are a member of the IMF. So a complete withdrawal from that scheme signals a poor notice.
Ataisa is the Member of Parliament for Sagnarigu. The World Health Organization, WHO, has declared an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, a public health emergency of international concern. The agency said the outbreak in DR Congo's eastern Ituri province, which has seen around 246 suspected cases and 80 deaths reported, does not meet the criteria of a pandemic emergency. Dr. Banda Khalifa is a member of the WHO Emergency Preparedness and Response Technical Advisory Group for the Africa region, and he spoke to TV3.
The World Health Organization considers this event serious enough. It is a bit unusual and capable of spreading beyond national borders. So it is a call for coordinated international action under the international health regulations. For global health preparedness in general, this means about three things. It means that countries must intensify surveillance, laboratories must also be ready to test quickly, and regional systems must coordinate across borders in real time.
Dr. Banda Khalifa is a member of the WHO Emergency Preparedness and Response Technical Advisory Group for the Africa region. In another development, the World Health Organization has charged African countries to sustain their response on tackling HIV/AIDS. With external resources dwindling across the continent, the WHO said member countries should commit more domestic resources. The call was made at the Executive Council election and handing over ceremony of the Society for AIDS in Africa. Just before we go, scores of enthusiastic fans gathered at the forecourt of TV3 to witness the thrilling grand finale of Perfect Match Extra Season 4. The announcement of the winning couple sparked jubilant celebrations among the energized crowd inside the studio. Moments after the finale, an excited Papi and Prescari shared their joy with 3 Entertainment's Naftali Bar.
At exactly 7:30 p.m. on Saturday, Studio B of TV3 was buzzing with anticipation as fans passionately cheered for their favorite couples and made bold predictions about who deserved the crown. For the past 10 weeks, Big Mama's house has been filled with passion, heartbreak, drama and moments of self-discovery as couples battled for the ultimate prize. The night also saw couples rewarded in several categories, including Heartbreaker of the Season, Most Romantic Couple, and the fan favorite Ride or Die duo.
Miss you.
Following the emotional eviction of Ken and Aram and Dizzy and Nadia, the competition came down to 2 final couples, Papi and Prince Curry and Tyclev and Coco.
And I wasn't expectant of one particular thing, but I knew and I was sure I was going to give it my all, and then that's what I did, and I find my beautiful baby right here.
What did we even do?
I don't even know, like, I think it's grace.
It's grace, I think.
And that'll be all for the morning news on 3FM 92.7. For more details and more stories, please check our website, 3news.com. My name is Christabel. Success Trevor Business is up next on Sunrise.
Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3FM.
3FM 92.7.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the business news on Sunrise. Coming up this morning, investor appetite soars as government smashes Treasury bill target with a 1.5 billion cedi oversubscription. And also, economist Joe Jackson warns against reckless spending as Ghana exits IMF bailouts.
Whether we can grow without borrowing recklessly again. The discipline must continue. The question is, how much can we spend without being reckless?
Plus, Ghana's financial sector assets surged 23% to 647 billion cedis in 2025.
The financial sector was more resilient, bolstered by strong profitability and solvency positions across all the four financial industries.
I am Christabel. Success Trevor will bring you details of our headlines and other stories shortly. Stay with us. Let's settle for the details now, because the government of Ghana's domestic borrowing strategy saw another major victory on Friday, May 15, 2026, as its weekly Treasury bills auction recorded a massive oversubscription, signaling a robust resurgence in domestic investor confidence. According to the latest auction results, government successfully raised 5.475 billion cedis from the domestic market, comfortably exceeding its initial target at 4.3 cedis across the 91-day, 102-day and 364-day tenors. There's more in the following three Business News Desk reports.
Investors aggressively put together a total of 5.798 billion citizen bids, representing a highly favorable subscription rate of 134.84%. Out of the total bids tendered, government chose to accept 5.425 billion cedis. This aggressive outcome marks the second consecutive week of oversubscription. It firmly cements a turnaround for the Treasury, which recently broke a grueling 7-week streak of undersubscription, a challenging period where market appetite repeatedly fell short of the state's short-term financing needs. A closer look at the data shows that the short end of the curve drove the bulk of the demand. The 91-day bill pulled in the highest volume with 3.833 billion cedis in bids, of which government accepted 3.653 billion cedis at a yield of 4.91%. The 182-day bill attracted 709.83 million cedis in tenders, with 671.72 million cedis accepted at an interest rate of 7.04%. Meanwhile, the 364-day bill secured 1.255 billion cedis in bids, with the state taking 1.150 billion cedis at a yield of 10.38%. The 1.1498 billion cedis, representing 34.82% oversubscription rate, demonstrates a refreshing wave of liquidity and renewed market trust in local sovereignty instruments, providing government with a comfortable buffer as it navigates its fiscal targets for the year.
Following Government of Ghana's announcement that it has concluded its IMF Extended Credit Facility bailout program ahead of its schedule, economist Joe Jackson has cautioned that the nation remains on probation. Speaking in response to Ghana's transition to a non-financial policy coordination instrument, PCI, the Institute of Chartered Economists Ghana fellow emphasized that while the country has successfully stabilized its economy, it must now prove it can maintain fiscal maturity without international oversight holding its hands.
It is probation with more freedom. Ghana has stabilized, but it must now prove that it can behave without a lender holding its hand. We're not leaving the IMF per se. We're leaving IMF money and moving to IMF monitoring and credibility support. That's important to understand. It's this way. We were patient. We've exited the emergency ward, but we are not ready to run a marathon. The next test is whether we can grow without borrowing recklessly again. The discipline must continue. The question is, how much can we spend without being reckless? Remember, less than 18 months ago, we were in crisis. It is the iron discipline that we've kept that has brought us this far, that now we can all be confident about existing. The truth of the matter is this: discipline means that we demonstrate to the world that we can keep our affairs in order and spend money wisely and borrow money only to invest in businesses that will yield a return quickly enough to pay for itself.
You heard the economist Joe Jackson. Meanwhile, following government of Ghana's exit from the IMF bailout financial program, a policy expert is urging the state to look inward for its next economic frontier. Executive Director for the Center for Policy Scrutiny, Dr. Edu Owusu-Sarkodie, is calling for an aggressive overhaul of how the country manages and profits from its natural resources to achieve true fiscal independence. Reacting to government's transition to a non-financial policy coordination instrument with the IMF, Dr. Sarkodie argued that the bottom line for post-bailout sustainability lies in maximizing domestic revenue mobilization rather than relying on external assistance.
I want to recommend that we aggressively pursue domestic revenue mobilization. The bottom line is that we should try as much as possible to get enough revenue from our natural resource. Gold today accounts for more than 68% of our total exports. In fact, the value of gold is almost equal to Ghana's total revenue and grants, the projection for this year. How do we enter into those contracts said that the nation will get enough from gold and crude oil? Even if we don't want to nationalize and we want to involve the private sector, the state must increase its participation interest. The participation interest in crude oil is around 16%. I want this increased. Gold, Ghana's participation interest in gold production should be increased.
You heard the Executive Director for the Center for Policy Scrutiny, Dr. Edu Owusu-Sarkodie. Ghana's financial sector recorded strong growth and improved resilience in 2025, with total sector assets rising by 23.2% to 647.25 billion cedis. According to regulators, the country is moving from economic stress toward financial stability.
The Financial Stability Council has launched the 2025 Financial Stability Review, highlighting signs of recovery and stronger resilience within Ghana's financial sector following recent economic shocks and debt restructuring challenges. Delivering remarks on behalf of the Governor of the Bank of Ghana and Chair of the Financial Stability Council, Matilda Asante-Asiedu said total financial sector assets expanded by 23.2%, equivalent to 45.1% of Ghana's GDP.
The financial sector was more resilient, bolstered by strong profitability and solvency positions across all the four financial industries. Various initiatives have been undertaken to further strengthen the financial sector and will continue to do that going forward.
The second Deputy Governor said regulators are also implementing new measures, including enhanced monitoring of risks within the virtual asset space following the passage of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act.
Let's take a look at how the cedi is faring against major trading currencies and how some of key commodities are also faring on the global market.
On the interbank foreign exchange markets, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis 41 pesos. It recorded no change. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis 21 pesos. It lost 22 pesos. The euro is selling at 13 cedis 27 pesos. It also lost 10 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities markets, Brent crude is trading at $109.26 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,540.80 per ounce, down by $111.90. Cocoa is trading at $4,002 per ton, down by $187.
That was an update from the Forex and commodities markets. And that'll be all for business news on Sunrise. For more business stories, kindly check out our website, 3news.com. I am Christabel Success Treve. Thanks for listening. The rest of the team is on standby. Don't go away.
Start of a brand new week. Hello there, good morning, welcome to the 3FM Sunrise here on 3FM 92.7. We're coming to you live from our studios here on the John Hammond Street. A big thank you to Christabel for helping us with the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news. Now, it's our turn to keep you company from now till 10 a.m. We'll start off with our message of motivation this morning, and there's a powerful quote that I came across and I'm deciding to share with us and share our message with us on today. The temptation to quit will be greatest just before you're about to succeed. And if we're honest, many of us know this feeling. It usually happens when you're tired, when results are not showing, and when effort feels unnoticed, when disappointment continues to repeat itself. And that is a dangerous moment, because exhaustion has a voice and it whispers something like, stop trying, it's not working, maybe this dream is not for you. But sometimes what feels like the end is actually the final stretch before a breakthrough. Think about water being heated. At 99 degrees, it is still just hot water. But at 100 degrees, it changes completely and begins to boil. Imagine quitting at 99. So many people abandon their dreams not because they are incapable, but because they stopped too soon. Too soon before the opportunity, too soon before the connection, too soon before the growth, and sometimes too soon before life finally turned around. And yes, let us certainly rest when we need to. Pause if necessary. But let us not fall to the temporary frustration and convince ourselves to permanently surrender. Because often, the hardest battles happen right before the biggest transformation. And so this morning, if your spirit feels tired, remember this: the darkness is usually deepest before sunrise. And the moment you feel like giving up may actually be the moment you're closest to becoming the person you prayed to be. Good morning to you, and may you find the strength to hold on a little longer. That's our message shared with you this morning here on the 3FM Sunrise. And for those of us in the capital, we've experienced quite the rain along the coast, and not just the capital, but along the coast of the country as well. And so it is only fair that I share what the weather expectations Kanketi, the Ghana Meteorological Agency, is with you this morning as well. And they say that this morning some coastal forests and hilly areas in southern Ghana may experience mist or fog with slight rain. Now, as the day progresses, sunny conditions with occasional cloud cover will persist. Later from the afternoon into the evening hours, a few places along the coast, middle and transition sectors are likely to experience thunderstorms or rain, and in the northern half, the weather will remain mostly sunny during the day with cases of isolated thunderstorms and rain over a few places later in the evening. And so a bit more rain expected today all throughout the country in different times. Let us be mindful of that and carry an umbrella while we continue to sojourn throughout the day. It will take us into a song of inspiration, Kind Ketty DJ Phil, after which we're back with the newspapers for you here on the 3FM Sunrise.
3FM Sunrise.
Right. Time for us to get you into the newspapers. And a good morning as well to Johnnie Hughes this morning.
Mawuena Egbeta.
Yes, sir.
Eriko. Charlie, how did you survive the cold last night? I was thinking about you all through the night. I was like, Mawuena, you know, a true brother, a true friend. You know, my co-host on the Sunrise Morning Show. I was thinking about you. I was very worried, and for a moment I said, should I place a call to you? Should I leave you to your own? You know, I was just thinking about you. I was worried about you. How did you cope?
I appreciate the worry. I appreciate the concern.
Yeah, and the warmth that I sent to you. How did you cope?
I was very fine.
You're okay.
In fact, when it was raining, my air conditioner was on.
It was on?
Yes.
You're rehearsing for when you jackpot.
So it should tell you there was no cause for concern.
There was no cause for concern at all.
I had a few things which I needed to do. I needed to sign off on a few things in terms of preparations for today. And so I was...
That's right.
Yeah, I was neck deep in that and having a few snacks. There was no cause
There
for
were no
concern.
Daughters of Eve who came to knock on your door, worry you, call you.
We continue to remain steadfast in the Lord.
You are chaste. Okay. See, Father Eric Mawuena Egbeta.
We continue to remain steadfast in the Lord, abiding in Him and Him in us. In all things, we give glory to God.
Command your blessings, O Lord, from the heavens.
And you know, every morning we're with
DJ Phil and his.
But before
DJ Phil, yes, command your morning.
Command your morning as well. And so we are always there.
Reverend Dr. Bodinya Miche.
Absolutely.
Mixing gospel also dish it heavy on Sunday evenings, man, Charlie. Sweet.
Absolutely.
Charlie, but we're back.
Absolutely. Start of a new week. Middle of the month now, right?
No, we're going past the middle of the month. Yesterday was 17th.
In terms of pricing of a few things which will be top of the conversations.
New window. It's going to open.
A new pricing window has kick-started, and the fuel prices have inched up a bit. You will be buying it, and so you'll be feeling. As for me,
slow down.
My means of conveyance.
Phil too will be buying it.
And Johnnie.
Yeah, it's no, but you have to go and buy it. You will buy it. If you like, don't buy it. Your car will leave you in the middle of the road. We would always advocate for cheaper fuel.
Absolutely.
We would want it to go down. But sometimes I always go back to the reference point that, Charlie, at some point we were buying a liter of diesel for 23 cedis. A liter. So if you are doing 4.5 liters, you can do the calculus yourself of how much a gallon was costing you. And then you mirror it to this point. We'll be asking the big question whether it's a global phenomenon or local incompetencies which is leading us in this direction. We have to ask that question. But
I can tell you freely that the prices on the world market have not eased since all of the conversation started. We're at $111 per barrel.
Right.
For Brent crude, which is a global benchmark in terms
Not long ago, it was 70, 80
before, I think February, before all of this Israel, Iran, US war started, we were around the 60 regions, and that's where prices were relatively low, right? And so we're at 111, and that continues to be one of the many reasons why. In fact, Trump was in China, and from what we understand, one of the reasons is to help convince Iran into agreeing to a deal and the opening of the
who even
straits
sent
and
them
all of
there?
that.
Who even sent him there in the first place? Not to China. Who even sent him to go and all this Israel, Iran thing? Who sent him to go into the conversation? It looks like Donald Trump has gotten himself into his hands into a certain kind of pie that he wants to take his hand out of, but it's finding it difficult to eat the humble pie, to say, okay, I got it wrong, now I'm checking out, I'm sorry about it, because that's what really is happening. And because of the Strait of Hormuz, we are all suffering. Fuel prices are going up, and It's hitting everybody. Somebody needs to sit him down and talk to him. Somebody needs to really sit Donald Trump down and talk to him, because his for want of a better expression, he's misbehaving. That's all. He's misbehaving. Somebody needs to sit him down and talk to him. That Joe, Kathy.
Oh, he's calm these days in terms of
after he saw his smoothness level, he calmed down,
which have been used in the past, bomb and all of that. A lot of that has reduced, and even the bombings, we understand, has reduced considerably. It's now left to negotiations, which has left the rest of the world still feeling the pinch in terms of global crude prices. But I'm sure we'll get into those conversations a lot later as well. But a number of the papers are here, and we'll seek to go through them. A lot more rain is expected as well. I think from the weekend I saw videos of places that have been engulfed in.
So yesterday I was driving through town, and it was not just rainy. You could feel the wind in the rain, and you could feel it hit the car.
Yeah.
You know, at some point. So you had to hold on to the steering wheel
properly.
If not, Charlie, it could drift you off, and you'd I don't know where I would have ended. Yeah. No. So it's important that during this period we are all very careful. There's another thing. Ghana Water Company has announced that we'll have some water challenges sometime this week.
Yeah.
It's raining. Are we harvesting rainwater? Back in the day, it was the culture to harvest rainwater and to use rainwater for the good of the people. Even though we say sometimes it's hard water, it doesn't ladder the way you want it to ladder. And all of that.
Rainwater is not hard water.
Well, there are people who say it's hard water, and that's why I'm going back to it, because back in the day when you used to, did you come to meet Brilliant bar soap, the blue one?
I did, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
You wash with Brilliant or key soap in rainwater. It takes time before it
lathers.
It lathers, yeah. So that's why some people say it's hard water. But the culture of harvesting rain itself is supposed to be encouraged again. And if we're not going to get water, you're not able to wake up at midnight like Mawuena, because you have to study late into the night, sleep for a brief period, and wake up right after midnight. You can't stay up to harvest water from Ghana Water Company.
That is not your portion at all.
It's not your portion. So if I were you, once I see the clouds gather, I'd line up a few bowls and receptacles, and put them there, and then it rains, it stores water for me. I wake up the next morning, whether Ghana Water is supplying water or not, I know that I'm getting some water to bath with and do some small household.
When they build, they do they create a receptacle.
The receivers,
and then they connect via the roofs
right
onto. And some have been ingenious about it. They add filters of some sort through the machines which pump the water into the house. If you don't have that option, I mean, we
just harvest the
just
water.
Put buckets and basins and whatever
by the edge of the roof, and Charlie, you're there.
Gather good enough for
good enough water,
a day or two.
Good volume, not paid for, free of charge, and it's good water as well, not contaminated, and you're fine.
But it will be important as well for us to understand and appreciate why Ghana Water says it cannot.
They told us their pipes are
available.
old. The siltation happening is affecting their pumps, power supply as well. I mean, these are the 4 reasons that I remember that they mentioned. That based on these, we're going to have challenges. Aside that, I don't know what else there is, unless there's something more that you want to share with the rest of the wonderful world.
So on their handles, I know that they are shutting down the TVET treatment plant due to extreme turbidity levels. That was from the weekend, and so let me see the catchment areas for the TVET. So residents of the whole municipality and surrounding communities that operations at the TVET treatment plant have been temporarily suspended due to extremely high turbidity levels in the raw water source as a result of rains in recent times. Rains, weather is causing turbidity. The current turbidity levels have exceeded the acceptable operational threshold required for safe and effective water treatment, thereby rendering continued production technically unsafe and operationally unfeasible. And the ongoing rains have significantly increased the movement of sediment, silt, and other pollutants in the raw water source, resulting in turbidity levels far beyond the treatment capacity. And so, perfect, that's the situation. Then they also announced in
Accra West,
western part of Accra, which was to be Dansuman, Mamprobi, Matai, Kulatabi, Okoshi, Kolebu, La Paz, McCarthy Hill, Bawe, Malam, Tesano, Dakoma, North Kaneshi, Dome, Achimota, Anya, Blinkuma, and surrounding communities. They also were to experience a bit of challenges, and they said, as a result of the situation, so the plant is currently experiencing technical challenges. But that was a week ago, roughly a week ago, and so it will be important to know if there's been an update.
The problem or the issues are supposed to take effect this week. So that's why I'm advising that it's raining. It's going to rain some more. We are told by the Ghana Met. Take advantage and harvest rainwater. It's also important if you have a reservoir at home, store enough water in it because you will need it. You will definitely need it. So store water.
On rains, and I think this perhaps will be the last one before we get into our papers, the way it exposes the poor construction of roads. So roads are particularly inner communities and what have you. After it rains once or twice, then craters begin to develop on the roads, and it actually worsens the state of the road before it was.
Do you know the game called Owari?
Yeah, I know Owari.
You know Owari. Phil, do you know Owari? Owari, the game.
The game Owari.
You know when you drive on our roads, it looks like Owari. Like it's a perpetual Owari for God. I don't know why we have road inspectors, we have engineers, we have people at the Ministry of Roads, people at AESL, people are picked as consultants, because there's always a client, contractor, and consultant. They're picked up. We know what they are supposed to be doing. So when these roads are constructed and they go and give in a clean bill of health, come and take their certificate and get the monies paid to them, what exactly are they trying to do? Are they trying to help us, or are they trying to cripple us for good? It's a question that we must ask them, and we will wait for the answers when they are ready to deliver the answers in record time, though. But again, you have roads that are constructed, it rains heavily, like you mentioned, and the road becomes very bad. You have roads that are constructed in 2 days, 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, 3 months, the road is bad. Under a year is gone from bad to worse. And there are roads in this country that have been there for so long that have not had that kind of situation. So the question is, what really do our contractors think about when they get onto those roads? Do they think about themselves first? About how much profit they can make? About the people who are depending on them, who would be calling them? Or do they think about the nation called Ghana? The nation called Ghana deserves better. That's all. And so far, and I've seen the Minister for Roads and Highways, Governs Kwame Agboja, MP for Adaklu, and also former Deputy Whip in Parliament, now Minister for Roads and Highways. I've seen him so livid about some contractors who have been giving jobs,
who are not turning
up. Look, even though they have the capacity to do it, they are not turning up to do the work. And he's lamenting that. I would, if I had my way, I would advise him that he needs to speak to the Attorney General properly before moving to say, I want to terminate this, I want to terminate that, because it's a contract, offer acceptance and consideration. So it's a proper contract that has been done. So you can't just stand in the middle of an uncompleted road and then make declarations. However, he is not wrong from calling the people to order and saying that, look, you, Mawuena, we gave you this stretch from TV3 to Prudential Bank on the Kanda Road, and you have not delivered. And we are wondering why we have not delivered, because there are many others who are standing by, waiting for that same job that you have, that you are playing with. If you don't do what you have to do, we will have to deal with you. I like his approach. And the fact that he says that, look, we have to say it in the afternoon. Typical Everman. Say we have to say it in the afternoon so everybody will hear. We don't have to say it at night or too early in the morning when people are still asleep, or late in the night when people are going to bed. In the afternoon, when everybody is active, agile, and alive and well, then that's when we say it. So kudos to the Roads Minister, Governs Kwame Agboja, for calling out people. The other leg of that conversation is that we just don't want you to call out to people, sir. If the people don't deserve to be there, sack them. Take the contract away from them and give the contracts to people who are able to execute the contract. Because at the end of the day, it may be your government's intention to do big push, but for us, the citizenry, and I was talking about Enche the other time, Western North Enche. There are many parts around the Akachi area. If you are going to the Northern Volta, Rara, Kaja Chrome, very bad. Look, there are bad roads all through. Forget about year of roads, second year of roads, another year of roads. They did what they could. The past administration did what they could.
It's now your turn.
But now it's your turn. And you cannot be playing by the same playbook. That one, we don't go agree. We don't go agree. So I like the minister's approach. The next point is that if the people are not performing, let them go. It doesn't matter who they are or what they are. If they are not performing, they are not doing the work, let them go. That's all.
And if you live in a community where the rains have exposed the poor nature of the road, it would be nice for you to share that with us via Facebook. That's where we're streaming, 3FM927. It's our Facebook handle. Same handle as well on YouTube, 3FM927. Send a message to us there and we'll do the reading for you. We'll get into the papers now. I'll start off with the Ghanaian Times. Big banner story. Post IMF extended credit facility. The signature
DJ Phil actually takes his bath at 4 a.m. to come to work. If you allow him to play these things, it's like
yes, signature tune for the newspapers.
He has a former presidential height.
He didn't hear that. So
no, he will not hear it.
He didn't hear it. So we're out of the IMF, at least not out completely, but in terms of extended credit facility.
Yeah.
We're out of that. Post-IMF extended credit facility program, government to invest 1% of GDP in key sectors. That's according to the president. I'll be reading that story to get exact details of what it is that he's been saying. Resist doctrines alien to Christian values. Reverend Wengam is saying this. Blue Water Guards record gains against Galamsey. No blanket renewal of mining leases, experts tell government, and over 5 million Ghanaians may have kidney disease. Hey.
Yeah? Say that again.
Over 5 million Ghanaians may have kidney disease. That story is on page 13 of the Ghanaian Times newspaper. A professor of medicine and nephrology. I'll come back to it. Let me open the paper down. I'll come back to it to get the details, because that is
it's scary, huh?
As it comes.
Very scary.
As scary as it comes. Defend Christian values. Reverend Wengam is saying this. It's a picture of him with Dr. Agnes Namomu Latte and Mrs. Wengam and Reverend Wengam. Afokos ex-headmaster endorses his leadership skills. Paul Afoko with his ex-headmaster Robert Ajeni campaigning is fast underway for the respective positions.
Headmasters have come in to give testimonials. Charlie, the race is not for the swift.
He's been there before, but he's facing quite the competition from a number of faces.
Chairman
Wontumi, John Buedu,
John Boyd also wants to be chairman.
Yes.
Chairman to me wants to be chairman. I thought they were in a league together. John Boydu and Chairman to me. What happened? Dichotomy.
Well, they are seeking to occupy the high position.
Occupy
of
till I come. Okay.
So yes.
I see.
We'll see whether or not someone will step down for another.
Chairman and vice chairman.
Also, Abronye, others remand political persecution. Alexander Penjomarkin is saying this. He addressed a news conference yesterday and was speaking in relation to this and had some choice words for a number of judges. Buffer store case, Hanan and wife charged over 62.6 million cedis theft. 7 Ivorian stowaways rescued at Tema Port. Those are the details on the front page of the Daily Guide.
The Daily Guide.
The last one I have is a BNFT. IMF backs post-bailout framework as government pursues fiscal credibility. UG professor ranked Africa's #1 marketing scholar.
That's Professor Ebo Hinson.
Yes.
Great guy. Yes. By all standards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
His friends call him Bob.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but he's a good guy. This is the second time he's getting that Global African Award. Professor Ebo Hinson. Great guy. Great man by all standards.
Absolutely. Professor Ebo Hinson, congratulations to you one more time. Ghana Publishing Company Limited returns to bold and strong cash position. Over 80% of fishers recognize close season as scientific based. Data is the new gold, and Chamber of Mines challenges IEA claims over gold fields lease. And so that is that.
The Finder newspaper, or the new Finder newspaper, I should say, is Bank of Ghana. This photo is here. It says financial sector assets hits 647 billion Ghana cedis. That's 647 billion Ghana cedis. Government urged to privatize ECG operations. Comes with a photo of the Minister for Energy and Green Transitions, Dr. John Chenapo. Government extends fuel support for 2 pricing window. Mawuena, this is good news for me and DJ Phil.
Yeah, the fuel support is actually still there, but the prices are.
It was for a period, but now it's been extended. Yes,
it was a month.
It's been extended for 2 pricing windows. DJ Phil, we are in good company. Reduce financial pressure on young people. Analysts to government. I agree with you. Ghana to raise $1 billion cocoa bonds from July 2025, and public service announcement.
Yeah.
If you ever see a tanker that has had an accident or is in distress and the fuel is leaking, don't go there and go and look for fuel. You may kill yourself. The Daily Graphic this morning says, enough talk. Ghana must become nation of builders. Otumfor charges Ghanaians. His Royal Majesty, I agree with him 2,000%. Professor Ebo Hinson named Africa's most influential marketing thinker again.
And that's a picture of him.
In fact, the Daily Graphic should have said Professor Hinson named Africa's most influential marketing thinker again, with an exclamation mark. So Senior Bob, happy day to you, and congratulations to you. We are proud of you. We celebrate you, and he's a great guy by all standards. And he's also a very, very key in the church, man of God. He knows his Bible very well. He uses his biblical verses and passages to teach marketing and sales and all of that. So congratulations to you, Professor Ebo Hinson. Anyebo. New economy model takes shape. That's also on the front page of the Daily Graphic. Set for 2027 budget, $1.6 billion private sector boost for jobs. And large mines spent $25.2 billion locally over a decade. That's according to the Chamber of Mines engineer, Dr. Togbi Ken Ashigbe, is the CEO of the Chamber of Mines there. On the back page, we said Mediama crowned Ghana Premier League champions. Mediama FC.
Yeah.
Over Accra Suffolk.
Hearts even lost this weekend.
Over Ashanti Kotoko.
Yeah.
Overgrade Oli Gbogbo.
Oli is not even in the league.
Oli Dade.
They are not even.
Oli Nkonso. Oli Philip. Heart stumble at Summertex. Oh, my own Accra Hearts of Folk. No, there's something wrong somewhere. Charlie, the story that you put down, let's take a look at it.
Yes, so over 5 million Ghanaians may have kidney disease. The story is by Enoch in Tiamwa Siao. Says a professor of medicine and nephrology at the University of Ghana, Professor Vincent Boima, has raised concern over the growing burden of chronic kidney disease in the country, disclosing that more than 5 million Ghanaians may be living with the condition. He further revealed that people of Akan origin face a significantly higher genetic risk of developing the disease. According to him, Akans record the highest prevalence of high-risk variant of the APOL1 gene, with 37.2% carrying 2 risk variant. This compares with 19% among people of Ga origin and 17% among those from the Volta region. Professor Boima explained that while the gene originally evolved to protect Africans from sleeping sickness, it now poses a health risk by increasing susceptibility to kidney disease. He made these observations during his inaugural lecture at the University of Ghana, Legon, in Accra on Thursday. The lecture was on the theme From Genes to Minds: Holistic Pathways to Precision Kidney Care for Africa. He noted that about 13.3% of Ghana's population was affected by kidney disease, with most patients falling within the productive age group of 20 to 50 years.
Okay.
Individuals with 2 of these variants have about a 25% higher risk of developing chronic kidney disease and an 84% increased risk of severe kidney inflammation, he said. Professor, I'm tempted to finish the story, and Professor Boima contrasted this with high-income countries where most patients are above 60 years, stressing that the younger age profile in Ghana had serious implications for productivity and national development.
Galamsey is number 1. Let's stop Galamsey. Number 2, all this excessive shisha and all those things that people are sniffing and drinking and, must cease, right? So Galamsey is important, because the other time I tried to give you the chemical formation of what Galamsey water could necessarily be, right? And we agreed around this table that there was a chemical bomb or a nuclear bomb that was being created, because you have what do you call it? H2O, that's water, right? You have chlorine, you have alum, and then if you bring the water home, you have salt that you add, the sodium chloride that you add to it. And then at the end of the day, before the water even gets to Ghana Water Company, there's lead, there's mercury. Look at about 6 different chemicals put in one, and it is all going into you. How do you suppose that you survive? So Galamsey is killing us, and we need to be very intentional about it, intentional about stopping it, intentional about making sure that it becomes a thing of the past. That's one. Number 2, I think that also lifestyle matters, because look, do you know what a chimney is, right? You know what a chimney is?
Yeah.
Have you seen our young ladies, our smaller sisters, looking like chimneys, standing all by themselves and smoking what they call shisha? The doctors have told us on this show that one shisha consumption, they what, I don't know how they call it, but it looks like a bulb or something like that. Just one is equivalent to 19 sticks of cigarette. 19. 1 is equal to 19. And somebody on the night can do 2 or 3. The parent doesn't know that the daughter is out there. That was what I was talking about last week when you wanted to calm me down. About this, what are they? Lancaster and arrangement. They are kind of people who come and join them, and they are there. They don't like to work. They are roaming around with them. When they go roaming with them, they want to belong. They are doing shisha and they are doing all manner of stuff. By the time they are 29, 30, they come back. Me wo, me naya, me yao, me kotojo, my sisio. That's and then they will come to you and they will start a GoFundMe, or they will come to you and say, "Oh, you have to support me," etc. We are killing ourselves. Back in the day, when they said somebody had when they tell you that somebody has a kidney issue, it was, you know that the person has lived. These days, it is not there. Hypertension is on the rise. Kidney is on the rise. Liver failure is on the rise. All these things, jaundice is on the rise. Many other. If you go to Kolebu, I have plugs at Kolebu, you know that, and you go to them and they tell you the ages of people coming there for whatever. And look, there are younger people, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, who are doing physio now because they nearly had stroke or they have had some mild stroke attack. So they do physio 3 times a week at Kolebu. And I'm not sure Kolebu is the only facility. So the young people, my own young people, they need to take very good care of themselves. People don't drink water, people don't exercise, people don't eat well, people don't sleep well, people don't, they just don't care. They just want to live and it's okay, life goes on. Once I wake up and I can open my eyes and I can breathe, Charlie, I'm fine, everything is okay. What happened to annual checkup? What happened to that? It's a big problem. So what the doctor has said is a very, very important conversation that we must have. Look, dialysis in this country is almost always not available. That's one. Number two, if you find it, it is expensive. So they ought to be very careful out there, I'm telling you.
The part I am going to add to this, I'm going to take a completely different turn. That in reading the story, it suggests that this is more genetic than any other thing. And Professor Vincent Boima in this story suggests to us, per research, because this was an inaugural lecture and so it will be research based, that our genes evolved to protect us from sleeping sickness. And that evolution of the genes has now made us susceptible to developing kidney failures.
Right.
I want to know how much research we're conducting into this theory that he's put forth, such that, because for me it's a bit surprising, the sheer numbers we are beginning to see. Yes, the lifestyle of the young people and all of that is very concerning and very worrying. But now we're being told that outside of lifestyle, something else within us could be contributing, and that's why perhaps others could have been smoking greater in the past, but now you smoke or you do something small,
there are people
and it will increase the risk.
Mawuena, there are people who don't even do any of, they don't drink, they don't smoke. And the next moment, kidney disease. The next moment, fatty liver.
Yeah.
So then you ask yourself, so what really causes it? Now it's making sense that the doctor is talking about something that is wired into our system that could be the generative factor for it, really.
We need to, unfortunately, we don't dedicate a lot to research.
Do we care?
Otherwise, this should be a subject area of intense research, such that we begin to understand why. At least there's an explanation as to our genes evolving. Research should be able to help us appreciate and begin to turn that tide against our own selves, where our genes are evolving into developing into kidney related matters. Are we contributing to research? The rich folks, are they pumping money into research? Right? God has blessed them; they have enough. We should be dedicating. But their
money is theirs. It's not for you.
Exactly. We should be dedicating a bit more in terms of resources to research, to look into things like this.
Right.
Why is it happening? What can be done in those areas to begin to provide medicine which will correct gene formation, which makes us susceptible to kidney failures? Because the age bracket is worrying.
That's right.
20 to 50 years where you're supposed to be in your prime.
Your productive years.
And 5 million of 30-something million. And it could be rising. It says 13 point something percent. We could be going higher and higher if that continues. we don't have the facilities to take care of over 5 million people
we don't.
suffering kidney diseases.
In fact, if you go to the renal department, I did an expose on the renal department in Kolebu where he got some people to go through the process when they had issues with the limbs. They were charging unapproved fees, and I had to step in and get them to take a look at it. And at the time, the Minister for Health was the ranking member of the Health Committee. They stormed their parliament, instructed them, and then the matter reversed to the old fees. There's a scorecard. That's what we do. But I visited the place myself, and look, people come to queue around maybe 3 a.m., 4 a.m. just to undergo dialysis, one session of dialysis, because the machines are not enough, and because the number of people who have to use that same machine are many. Some time ago, I went there, tap was closed, and you need a lot of water to wash stuff, and then come his blood and come back to. Charlie, it's a whole process. If you are not there yet, don't push yourself in there with your own activities and with your own hands. Don't do that, because I have had cause to. So this was about 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago, I saw some boys. These are like secondary school leavers, and they were standing by a certain street corner. I'd gone to buy my buffruit, as they call it. You people say, buffalo. What's it called? I call it buffruit.
Buffruit is buffruit.
Buffruit is buffruit.
I mean, in our local parlance.
So I went to buy my buffruit. I was just negotiating a cab when I saw them in the dark, in some corner. So I risked it. I parked my car. Typical Johnnie Hughes. And I walked to them. We gave ourselves fist bumps. And then they said, Charlie, what's happening? And then I noticed that one of them had a lighted cigarette, was smoking. So I told him, that it is illegal to be smoking around here because this is not the designated smoking area. You're not supposed to be smoking in public. There's a law that prohibits you or precludes you from doing that. He said, Chairman, minimo. Then the other one said, no. I said, okay. Then I asked them, have you read what notice is on the pack of cigarette?
And that's the interesting bit.
So then they say, it'd be normal. They draw some heart. So this was what they say. They say, they draw some heart. He did there. One be black, one be red, blah blah blah.
By the way, buffruit is buffalo.
Please, it's
Thomas Adote Papus and
it's buffruit. Tell him it's buffruit. His mother will tell you buffruit.
Buffaloes.
Buffruit.
That's just by the way.
Buffruit. So then I asked them to read the thing, and they read it to me, suggesting that smoking can be harmful to your health, Surgeon General, da. Then I asked them, so do they know what they are doing to themselves? They say, so this is what the guy who spoke said. He said, what can take if you, like, I don't know how to explain it in English, but it looks like he's using it to ginger himself.
Yeah.
And I said, no, don't do that. There are many other things that you want to ginger yourself. Find ginger, mash it and put it in your teacup. Add some lemon and honey to it. It will ginger you anyway. Are you looking for this to intoxicate you and ginger you? And that was how I got the 4 boys to disperse. I don't know if they reassembled when I had left, but at least I know that as of the time I spoke with them, they were able to disintegrate and go their separate ways and all of that. We need to be very intentional about our younger people, going to the schools to talk to them, engaging them in church, pastors, opinion leaders in society, chiefs, malams, imams. Everybody needs to come on board too. It's the next generation we're talking about. If your workforce now has kidney diseases, what it does is that it slows you down. And once it slows you down, it means that your productivity is low. And once your productivity gets low, somebody else has to come and do the job. And if somebody else does the job, it means that you don't have a job. That's all. It's as simple as that. We need to explain it to them in that manner. Mm-hmm. Then they understand, then they get a sense of what we are talking about. But it's buffalo and what?
It's buffaloes.
And cocoa.
A few of you are sending messages to us this morning. This one from Sly Oliver. AW says Johnnie and Mawuena, our food contains artificial colorants, seasoning cubes used in cooking, and even some herbal medicines. All of these contribute to it. A number of individuals say good morning as well.
I agree with him. You know, this eating outside is a problem. You're not too sure.
Never too sure.
No. You're not too sure. And you know, I used to live at Carnation. Sometimes the people who do their chop bar business or whatever it is, Charlie, they come, tomato is rotten, maggot, everything. They just put everything together and blend them. They are blending everything because when you come, you will complain that the food is expensive. So they will blend everything, get you the cheapest of the cheapest, and you will eat it, whether you like it or not. They blend everything. Blend everything from garden eggs to blended. It's there. So whether you like it or not, you're already in the soup. You are eating it, blended. And even if they were feeding just adults, but even children are also eating the same thing. So can you imagine what you are introducing into your body, the microorganisms that you are introducing into your body, and how that goes to affect you, you know, in the long run. And woe betide you if you are closer to this person, and every afternoon that's where you eat your meal. You are in trouble. You are in big trouble. I don't know why, in terms of food safety, we are not so conscious as a people. We talk about Sudan dye in our palm oil. We talk about coconte in our groundnut paste, coconte powder in our groundnut paste. We talk about all the adulterations that happens. But who is really watching? When I go to my beloved tamale, for example, I would bring groundnut paste. I gave my mother just a bowl of it. She prepared a full, a full saucepan of soup, right? And even brought me some, just one. Meanwhile, I can buy that same quantity at Carnation Market or Malamata Market, or even at Bubulush, and it will not be up to what this one that I bought from the north was able to generate. So then the question is, why do we do this to ourselves? When they finish, they will all go to church. You have gone to commit a serious crime against humanity, and you are saying you for what?
I want us to listen to Alexander Penyumakin, who's been speaking in relation to the arrest of Abronye and a host of other individuals. His thought on it, because yesterday he addressed a news conference and demanded the release of Abronye and some other persons. I want us to take a listen to him, and then I'll come for quick thoughts as well in relation to what it is that he said from that news conference from the weekend. As well in relation to the development from there. Okay, I'll have that rectified and have us listen to him as to exactly what it is that he said at that news conference yesterday.
Prosecution. It does not authorize the marching of a man before a circuit court, the stripping of his liberty, and his consignment to state intelligence facility. That is not justice. That is the iron fist of state power wearing a legal glove. 18th of May 2026, Mr. Abronye was arraigned before Circuit Court 9 here in Accra. He faces 2 counts. First, offensive conduct conducive to breach of the peace under Section 2071 of the Criminal Offences Act 1960. Second, publication of false news under Section 2081 of the same statute. And what is the foundation of these charges? A social media video in which Mr. Abronya criticized a circuit court judge. He questioned that judge's impartiality. He questioned the conduct in the discharge of the public duty as provided for in the judge's judicial function. That is the sum total of his alleged crime. He spoke. He criticized a public officer. By the way, since when did criticizing a judge become a criminal offense in Ghana? Section 2071 requires conduct that is likely to occasion a breach of the peace. Political criticism of a public official, however sharp, does not meet that threshold. It is protected expression under Article 21(1)(a) of the 1992 Constitution. A man expressing a political opinion about judicial conduct is not publishing false news, not by any honest reading of that provision. This prosecution of Abronya is built on sand, and we, the party, will watch it fall. The bail denial. A judge who forgot his oath. By the way, that was not his first. Let me turn to what happened in that courtroom. It demands its own separate and pointed rebuke. Counsel for Mr. Abronya presented a bail application. He argued on solid grounds. The charges, as we all know, are misdemeanors. The accused, as it was made known to the court, has a fixed place of abode. He is a known public figure with reliable sureties. His health and family responsibilities were placed before the court. The prosecution opposed bail on one ground only: that Mr. Abronya, if released, was likely to commit similar offenses. I repeat, according to the prosecution, in opposing the bail application, it said that if Mr. Abronya is released, he was likely to commit similar offenses. In other words, the state asked the court to imprison a man before any findings of guilt because he might speak again. His offense was speaking. A court agreed. A citizen was therefore imprisoned, not for what he did, but for what he might say. That is not law. That is censorship from the bench. That reasoning is a constitutional disgrace. It is irreconcilable with Article 14 and 19 of the 1992 Constitution, which guarantee personal liberty and the presumption of innocence. A judge who denies bail because an accused may continue to express political opinions has not administered justice. I say what I'm about to say as a practicing lawyer, as someone who has spent his professional life in courtrooms, who has profound respect for our judiciary and deep admiration for those who carry the weight of dispensing justice. I say this not in anger, but in fidelity to the Constitution I have sworn to uphold, and with all the candor, humility, and respect I can command. When a court denies bail not to serve justice, but to serve silence, it has administered political censorship from the bench, and that, with the greatest respect, is a betrayal of every principle that gives judicial office its authority, its dignity, and its legitimacy.
That's Alexander Penyomakin. He is the minority leader who's been addressing a news conference from yesterday in relation to the arrest of Abronya. And he raises a number of concerns. One that continues to come up every now and then, the publication of false news, the threats to the breach of peace, and the denial of bail of persons who make unsavory comments from time to time. Justified, is he not, to question why he was not granted bail and why the law is continuously being used to hound persons, that particular legislation?
I listened to the leader Osahin Afenyo marking, Kwame Afenyo marking, and I almost hear a re-echo of what some party elements within his party have said. I mean, I have enormous respect for Afenyo marking, but he also raises questions about human rights and all of that. There's free speech. What you say on the altar of free speech is what will be criticized and what will be highlighted to suggest that you either hate society in the wrong place or you just went on a rampage, not knowing the full age of the conversation. But then, having said that, Mr. Afenyo marking or Sahin Afenyo marking also has to, lead from the front as the leader of the opposition and make sure that his voice is heard with clarity and with all the confidence that he marshals. And I think he's doing just that. Mawuena, we have free speech in this country. What you do with your opportunity for free speech is what the problem is. Why is he being held? And I've never subscribed to I'll show him where power lies concept, because it does happen in this country, whether you like it or not, it does happen. But in this particular case, is it being showed where power lies? That I was hoping to hear from the minority leader, that this is what we have been able to find, aside the conjecturing nature of the speech, and also, right from the back, trying to tell us what pertains and what is not supposed to pertain. I believe strongly that if the security apparatus has any inclination to know that what you said or what you are doing may endanger us or will endanger us, I think that they reserve the right to pick anybody up. The only point is where we are now trying to equalize and make it look political and not necessarily not enforcement of the law. Enforcement, as Captain Diamenu will say, enforcement of the law belongs to the military. Maintaining law and order is what the police does. Now, in trying to put it out there and let people who have rights under that law, in fact we all do, be able to exercise their rights in freedom and in complete joy and comfort. That's what I wanted him to speak about, because at the end of the day, the people said things. Abronye said things. The matter is before court, so I won't go into the details. But he said things, and the things he said, does the police in any way believe that it is time for us to invite him for a conversation? And if we think that his continuous stay out there would interfere with the investigations we have, then we may have to hold on to him. I'm not for let's show him where power lies, and we do that a lot in this country. As low as it could get, we do that a lot in this country. So we hear Osahin Afenyo marking, yes, but you see, he must also rein his back into order. He must rein his back into order. Where you have people like Koka and all those other people who are towing the line of Chairman to me, blah blah blah. Sometimes they go to Yoko, and this is about the fourth time I've seen Koka issue warnings to persons who are doing their dutiful work, either as Yoko officials or CID or police or whatever it is, and tells them the time will come, the times will change, and they will not take you with them. You will be here. We will deal with you. We need just blah blah blah. That's literally a threat, if you ask me. But if Koka is picked up, what will people say? That he expressed himself and he was arrested. You have a right to express yourself, but how are you expressing yourself?
I think I saw that video. That was a threat.
And that's not the first one. Look, when same Chairman to me was picked up at Iyoko, went to Iyoko, stood there. The people who were looking at the crowd from the windows up there in the Iyoko, the old Parliament House, and he says, "You are watching me. You are laughing at me. Power will change. I will find you." That's a threat. If today he is picked up, people will say, "Hey," and he's speaking up, and we are picking. But you see, you have the right to speak, but what you say must be within the remit of the law. The remit of the law. You cannot go outside the remit of the law in the name of free speech. You don't have to be silly to be smart. You don't have to do that. So you have to stay within the law. What does the law say? In the past, people have been picked up for saying less. In fact, and I was even talking last week about Dr. Bawumia and his wife and President Akufo-Addo and the former First Lady. I was talking about that. And I said, look, Dr. Bawumia now is talking about free speech and all of that. There were many things that happened under his watch as chairman of the police council that did not get his attention, that were complete infractions on all of those. So he perhaps should be the last person to be talking about that. What the leader of the House, Alexander Afenyomakin, has said is a sequel to all the pre-conversations that we have had relative to press freedom, why people are being picked up, blah, blah, blah. And I'm saying that if somebody goes to a police headquarters or somebody goes to Accra Regional headquarters in the name of I support a party and literally says that, oh, now we need Jesus, when power changes, I will literally curtail your joy and your comfort. You are threatening the person. Then you go to another place, where you point at somebody looking over through the window, over the crowd and say that, oh, your power will change. We will show you something. You are threatening the people. If such a character is picked up, will it be curtailing free speech? That's the question. So the leader, who is my good friend, perhaps has to do some introspection and tell his people that, look, this is not how to go. This is not how to go.
Right.
This is certainly not how to go.
I agree with you in part that there are a lot of individuals who criticize the government. Alexander Afenyomakin being one of them. I think last week he was here on an interview with us at TV3, and he criticized the government fairly. There are a host of other persons who criticize the government and are not picked up. To put this in proper perspective, an argument could be made that, oh, they are members of parliament, there's immunity for them and blah, blah, blah.
No.
Miracles Abuaji criticizes the government. It's consistent on that front.
Right.
And it's not picked up. I want to say that, look, sections 207, 1 and 208 are laws that respectfully the police should stop wasting everybody's time in picking persons up in relation to them. That's the position I believe. And in fact, I agree with Oliver when he says that, Oliver Bakavomo, that look, the Attorney General should be looking at these and the sole preserve. You should take the power away from the police to prosecute on these matters, because sometimes it can be an unnecessary distraction in terms of public discourse and what matters for us to have a conversation about. Do I agree that what Abronye said is tantamount to the breach of peace? No, I do not agree. I do not agree at all. Do I agree?
What did he say?
I think he took on the judge, accused her of being partisan and what have you. That is not that is not a statement.
But somebody has stood in open court and insulted a judge before, a former member of parliament, and called the judge's name in open court.
So those are matters.
Nobody picked the next. Those are no matters that are isolated. No.
No, I'm not, I wasn't even going to say isolated.
He was. Kennedy Japan wants to be president of this country at some point, though. In fact, he contested the primaries with Dr. Bawumia and lost for the second time. But he wants to be president of this country.
Yeah.
And the good example that he could show was to stand in open court and insult a judge. And that will not be the first time. He insulted a judge in open court. What happened to him? Nothing. So I'm saying that if the police is minded, they should apply the rules evenly, and crime does not expire. He stood in court, open court, and insulted the judge to his face. Insulted the judge to his face and told the judge that he will be shown where power lies. He wants to be president. Is that the kind of president we are looking for? Another Donald Trump Pro Max? Okay.
So, and the point you make is, if it should be applied fairly, right? But I believe
if he was not picked up, why has Abronye been picked up?
Fair question.
You get the point.
Yeah, fair
because
question.
Even Abronye's own he said it remotely, not before the judge. He said it on his own platform.
It was in relation to arrest.
Even though I think that he, being a student of the law, needed to have exercised restraint by trying to, because as a student of the law, somebody who is learning, you must hold a bench and the bar in high esteem.
Absolutely.
He failed that litmus test by going ballistic in that particular manner, making the judge look partisan, blah blah blah, whatever it is, that because the judge was only applying principles, precedent, and the law itself, and playing by the arguments that you brought to them, the facts as you presented them, and based on that weighed the scale and decided that it should tilt in the favor of this person or that person. If you are not happy about it, there's always a mode of appeal that you can go to. You can go for an appeal and appeal the decision of the judge. But for you to sit, was it not the same individuals who were telling us to go to court anytime there was an issue? That go to court. What happened to the court? Did the court suddenly shut down? Or did the court suddenly become evil? Or did the court suddenly become a prohibited place from visiting? He, as a student of the law, should have known better that when you are dealing with a judge, you have to be very, very cautious. Even those of us who are not learning, we are very cautious and very, guided in the way we do things. But then, beyond all of that, what he said, should it have warranted what he's facing now? That's the question. Shouldn't. Which
is why, like I said, I believe you should not be picked up over those comments, because in no way, and we've seen the police try to prosecute persons in relation to this legislation before, it ends up nowhere. It never goes anywhere, because you have to prove the element as to how the comment he made is tantamount to breaching the peace of the country. And more often than not, they cannot prove it. And so the point is that they are wasting all of us our time. But also, the politics and the commentary which surrounds criticizing government can be cleaner. And so we hear you, leader, that the police has no business in picking up these individuals over matters conducive to the breach of peace. If anything, the courts provide a remedy for when someone makes or insults you. Can ask them that you can take them on civilly. It's not a criminal matter, right?
Yeah.
And so that should be the preserve of the judge that they will want to do that. Even there are contempt. There's contempt that lies readily available to judges and all of that. We've seen that applied. I mean, the debates can go on as to whether or not contempt should continue to be in existence in our laws, but it is there, and you can say that you cited the person for contempt of court in disparaging the court and all of that. But to go round this tangent, we've seen it in their time.
Yes,
and we are seeing it in this time.
And we complain about it.
It doesn't go anywhere. In fact, it's a waste of public resources.
We complain about it. Look, using state resources to prosecute civil issues.
Like that will not go anywhere.
Yeah.
During the NPP's time, we saw persons picked up in relation to this.
Yeah.
Where did it go?
Captain Smart.
Where did it go?
It didn't go anywhere.
It was just a waste of time. You make the people more popular.
So let me show you where power lies. That's the whole point. Let me show you where power lies.
You understand? But I'll also sit behind this desk and say that respectfully, some of the political leaders, the commentary can be better. Yes, they are civil matters, but the fact that the law says that should be dealt with in a civil process does not give you the license to sit on a platform and denigrate persons.
I've had my own share. Kennedy Japan, Aboa Papu, Hopes in Adoye, they sat on 2TV, they told blatant lies about me. Yes, on some of them are trying to apologize and coming to Roland Walker and Kukiti are my examples of are my witnesses in terms of apology. Emoji, the musician, he's also a witness, But the point is that why would you, for the life of you and for every dignity that you have been created with, want to tell lies about people when you know that it is actually a lie? So if the person had lost their life or lost his job or lost something that was more valuable to the person, that would have made you happy because then a political party or your desired candidate would have won an election. Is that what it is? Is that all humanity is reduced to? That it has to be about politics, and it has to be about what I'm getting out of it, and I'm not getting anything, and if he's standing in my way or he's asking questions that would perhaps not make people listen to the message but start demanding also for the answers, then we must try all that we can to do all. It doesn't make sense to me in any way. Look, in the MPP today, one of the realest people you can find in the MPP in terms of human relations, etc., is Alexander Kwame Apenyomake. In the MPP, I'm saying this on record. Osahin Alexander Apenyomake, one of the realest people you can find in the MPP today. Somebody like Bernard Okoboy, Dr. Bernard Okoboy, one of the realest people you can find in the MPP. Titus Glover. There are few of them. Kamaldeen Abdullahi. One of the few of them who, like, they see reason, they have conversations. They like, you would admit, they would say, "Oh, Charlie, as for this one, no, my brother," and it's a brother conversation. The sister Haja Loratu, one of the realest you can find in the MPP. They are not overly partisan. They are partisan, yes, but in terms of seeing reason and saying that, oh, as for this one, I think that on this level and on that level it is wrong and let's stop it. And then there are those who don't see anything. They only see elephant, blue, white, and red. Finish. There are the people who don't see anything. They only see umbrella, red, black, green, and white. They don't see anything more. So even when you are making a common sense argument to them, it doesn't matter. And those are the people who are actually drawing us back and hurting us as a country. You can do your politics, but at the end of the day, when the elections are done, there's a nation to build.
Yeah.
Which has been my clarion call since time immemorial. Since I started practicing, since time immemorial. It's been the likes of Kojo Poku and the rest. They know me. Kojo Poku knew me way back when I was at Pravda Radio. This was more than 12, 15 years ago. At Pravda Radio, back then. There are people who, like, you listen to them and you have conversations with them, and it's on a level ground. Like somebody like Engineer Kwabena J.J. You may disagree with him on political ideology, whatever it is, but when you come and you're having an intellectual conversation, you find that conversation right there. There are people who are overly partisan, and sometimes they do it to the point where they actually undo themselves. That's where Abronya is headed. They do it, and they do it to the point where they undo themselves. Look, people have not taken time to look at Abronya's CV. Abronya is very well educated. Very well educated. Very. So now then you want to match that with some of the things that he's able to say that educated people are not expected to be saying publicly on media or in the media that is broadcast everywhere. He's very well educated. So why would he say a thing like that? Why? What is the end game? What is the end goal? That's the conversation. What's the end goal?
Someone who's very educated, sometimes I'm very surprised.
I'm saying that what is the end goal? It's the end goal. If somebody who has not stepped foot in a classroom before, or somebody who truncated his education at primary 3 or primary 4 makes some of those comments, you can grant it and say, oh, maybe, even though I don't believe that education is just in a classroom, education is also in life. before the white man came, we were being educated as Africans. And I've always disagreed with how our history books begin with when the white man arrived on the coast. Before the white man came, we were living, we were educating ourselves, we were enlightened in our very own way. Until the white man came, he only brought language to come and add on to what we have and a few other things, and we decided to pander to them. But if you are very well educated, not one master's degree, not two master's degree, you are reading the law, why would you say a thing like that? Something that my 12-year-old niece would not say. Why would you say a thing like that? Why would you say a thing like that? The people are looking for you, and then you decide to give them a platform to come and find you, to pick you up. Why?
Well, that will end our musings on this particular subject matter. The conversations in relation to politics can be clean. I completely disagree with the police on continuously wasting the entire nation's time with picking persons who make comments in relation to misdemeanors, putting them through the courts, and bail being used as a means to punish them, or remand being used as a means to punish them, and all of that. That can be cleaner.
Yeah.
Right? That can be cleaner. But so can the commentary in relation to governance and other things.
Yeah.
Persons have criticized this same judge. You know,
look, criticize.
They don't go down the line in which some of the commentators
criticize by all means. Me, I criticize people. I take criticisms too. Say what you mean what you say, but don't say it's mean. Say what you mean what you say, but don't say it's mean. I repeat, say what you mean what you say, but don't say it's mean. You can disagree with people by not being disagreeable. Where the first batch of your commentary is supposed to be laced with insults, it is not good. See, the younger generation, the younger people, they are looking up to us. The younger people, they listen to us, they watch us, they are listening. If they are not watching in real time, they get time to look at their parents' phones or their own tablets, and it's on YouTube, it's on Facebook. They go there, they see it.
Was it not last week Kamaldeen was saying, their child was saying,
yes,
this is NPP,
yes,
this
Tuntea,
is NDC.
the blossoming flower, beautiful Tuntea, intelligent, smart young lady. She said, look, I don't like this one because he's NDC. I don't.
That's a sort of upbringing.
So now it comes back to the earlier point I raised about Kamal and Oko Boy and Titus Glover and Apenyo Marking and a couple of them. Lawyer Andre Siama, Deputy Speaker, very level-headed people. So you see, Kamal, he admitted on air that this is what he saw is a dangerous trend, and we must all work to make sure we reverse the trend. Somebody else will have been very partisan about it. That's what I'm talking about. That we must let level heads prevail at all time. Look, I can criticize Phil. Ask him. Sometimes I ask him tough questions about some music he play, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't mean that we are enemies. We are not enemies.
Yeah.
He is playing on the show on which I am with him. He is in charge of the music department. You and I, we are in charge of the talk department, right? But then if he's playing music that I think is not helping, I will ask him.
He's not gingering you, probably.
Hey, my brother, this one, you're not gingering me, so put some ginger in the thing. He will take it in good faith. He too, sometimes when I'm asking some questions, this one, you hit so hard, I say, okay, I'm sorry, my brother, next time I'll do better. That's how we work. That's how we're supposed to work as a country. A complements B and B complements A. That's how it's supposed to work. Where did this all overly partisan thing come from? To the point where now we are sending it into tribal politics. Have you noticed that trend, Mawuena? Tribal politics, tribalism, proper tribal politics. Where we are now saying that, a person is from tribe A, tribe B, and people cannot even speak their language in peace. I am not a Dagbang. I'm not a Dagomba by birth. I'm privileged to have been given chieftaincy title in in Dagban land. So I'm trying as much as I can to try and also understand the language and to speak it, and to feel. And it's a beautiful language. How does that make anybody tribal? If somebody is speaking their language and you don't understand, humble yourself and let them teach you and let them explain. But to just dispel it and say that, then you destroy everything. How do we look? The whole concept of boarding schools in this country, Mawuena, was to make sure that everybody is integrated.
Yeah.
The whole concept of boarding schools. There are people who came from Ashanti region who came to your school in the Volta region. No. There are people who came from Greater Accra who came to your school in the Volta region. No. There are people who came from my beloved Tamale, my beloved Northern region, Savannah region, blah, 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 who came to your school. No.
Yeah.
There are people who came from Oti who came to your school. Enchi, Western North, who came to your school. And the whole concept is that we must teach our people to know that we are together. And today, some of them who you have formed friendship and bonds with, the group that you call your family, are they all from Volta region?
No.
They are not all from Volta region. That's the whole concept of boarding school in this country. So after many years of experimenting boarding school and actually doing it and making sure that we have created bonds and people have become closer together with each other, why do we suddenly want to now inject tribalism into the national discourse? Is that what we need? We are looking for the lights to be on. We want the water to flow. We want fuel prices to drop. We want food to eat. We want money in our pocket. We want the dollar to be stable. We want the economy to be robust. We want to sustain the economy. That's what we are looking for. We are not looking for tribe A or tribe B.
A few more comments on Facebook, and then we can make way for sports here on the 3FM Sunrise. Father Imani says, okay, Paulina Charlie says, Apparently, just tell Abronye to be responsible in what he says in public. He has to be a law-abiding person. That's one.
I agree with him.
Atoke Skyman Airbender says, this country cries, so can't government procure dialysis machine in excess? I'm sure some African leaders don't have basic common sense to keep their citizens alive.
So somebody says, Father Imani, he says, Johnnie was not in this country when Sami Jemfi threatened some policemen that their positions were coterminous with that of the MPP. What was his position?
I don't think that was...
Sami Jemfi did. He said they should be careful. And maybe he has not followed me enough. My position, I don't flicker out. I don't waver. My position is my position. You can be my friend, you can be my father. I'll tell you. The position I'm espousing today was the same thing I said back then. If you like, the tapes are available. And I'm not one who deletes things from his Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or WhatsApp page. I go straight to the point. I'm saying if I told Sami Jemfi then, I'll tell Afenyomakin today, I'll tell Abronye tomorrow. If my good friends Kamal Dean, Okuboy, they do, I will tell them to their faces. If my good friends Minta Kando, I will tell them to their faces. I don't fear no foe. Like they say in Ganshe Atomoke here for me. I will tell you. If you like, let the friendship cease. That's all. But I said it. So, Father, I said it back then. You have not followed through. And sometimes, interestingly, Mawuena, people like to listen to what they say. They don't want to listen to what has been said.
Yeah.
People like to listen. They always come back. Me, for some good reason, God blessed me with a very picturesque mind. So I keep things in my head. And I said, I remember I said it. If you doubt, I can pull it and share with you what it is that I said. And I am saying the same thing today. Nobody should be shown where power lies because power changed.
Absolutely.
No.
I mean,
let the rules apply.
Around this table, I think that's a general admission from all of us that it's a complete waste of everybody's time if persons are subject to a law that really they will not prove in court. And in the end, it will go nowhere.
A criminal matter is beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah, let's not waste.
It's not balanced on the scale of probabilities. It's not a civil matter. A criminal matter is beyond reasonable doubt.
The student of the law is speaking.
That's how is I'm not a student of the law. This is, you are wearing black and white. You are giving me pressure like Kekujo.
No. Kekujo is on.
Yeah, Kekujo is a good morning to K. But the point is that let the principle be one. Let's all follow the rule. That's all. And this equalization is what has dragged us where we are today. It is wrong. He did wrong. Let him face the music. He did right. Let him dance and come and collect his flowers or her flowers. That's all. If somebody got it wrong, they got it wrong. There's no point trying to be partisan and trying to support. No. No. You can criticize the court. You can criticize the judge. But the moment you move from criticizing to scandalizing, there's a problem.
Yeah.
You know the distinction. So what are we talking about?
This one from K Bills says, good morning to the entire team. Says, listening as always. It says the Ghanaian ears have nowhere better to be but to be with 92.7 every morning. You're doing it all. He adds, Bilishan.
Charlie, we're live on Kesme 107.1 in Tamale. Always my people in Tamale. Let me say that's about to them. Kaula.
Someone says you have to be given the power to be president of the country.
No, my men's fellowship presidency is enough.
Says they have to add the president of the republic.
If they add it there, then nobody would. You can't misbehave. You understand? You can't misbehave. Charlie, how many days to the World Cup?
I think it's less than a month.
Less than a month.
Charlie, are we prepared?
Are you prepared?
Yeah.
We'll see after the
we release
some
55.
I
saw
man
the
squad.
It's not. Oh no, that was a fake document. Too.
It's a fake document.
No, it's not out in the public. The list has been submitted all right to FIFA, but it's not been made public.
I see.
Yes.
Charlie, how many medals did we win yesterday at the close of the African Athletics?
In total, it's 5 medals: 1 silver, 4 bronze.
All the thing we did is only 5 medals.
Yeah.
You see why we went to waste our money. 5 medals.
But generally, were we able to recover from the initial?
Yes.
The initial gra.
Yes. Day 1, day 2 wasn't nice, if I should put it that way, in terms of the things that were happening. There were athletes complaining about the feeding. There was the automatic clock not working. There was no access to Wi-Fi and all of that. But all of that was fixed on day 3. So from day 3 going, it was smooth sailing. I even went to the dining hall myself.
So they could fix it, but the people had to complain first.
Which is the point. Which is the point.
So
why must we put them in a position where there is embarrassment?
Can you imagine?
Then we seek to correct.
Can you imagine that I'm president and this was happening? I will march there. Heads will roll. That same venue. Heads would have rolled at that same venue. I mean, we know what to do. We have been given the funding to do what we have to do. Then we are holding on to the cash and make people suffer. Look at all the bad press we had. You know, we have not recovered from that too.
Needless.
Because all the other 3 days, 4 days that we had good stuff, the Kenyans didn't post it. The Botswana folks didn't post it. The South Africans didn't.
Bad news sells.
They didn't post it.
Sells very, very fast.
If you go onto their pages now, what we saw was the bad stuff. No water, no heater, no blankets, not enough food, blah, 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 blah. That's what they posted. So how are we correcting it? That's the conversation. We did well, we did right by them in the past 3 to 4 days, but then beyond that.
Well, Bill will do sports for us now, after which we're back with a lot more for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. A big conversation. Our guests will join us in studio as well. Stick and stay. This is the 3FM Sunrise.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the sports segment here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. With one final round of matches remaining in the Ghana Premier League, we begin with game week 33. Now, Midiama will be smiling all the way to the bank as a 5-2 win over Hearts of Lions means the Mauve and Yellows are the 2025-26 Ghana Premier League winners. And of course, that will be their second title in the last 5 years. Meanwhile, relegation threatened Nations FC has suffered a 1-0 home defeat to Vision FC. A missed penalty and a rather costly error from Hadina Baru gifted Vision FC in an away victory. Now, my colleague Mutala Yakubu was there and filed this report.
The penultimate round of the Ghana Premier League really produced some fire, not like anything I've seen before. Nations FC losing at home to Vision FC by a goal to 0, and the relegation fight is getting interesting. It looks like it could go down to the wire on match day 34. Now, Nations needed to win this game at all costs to ensure that they go into their final game against Karela, not with any pressure on them, but it was Vision that came all the way from Accra to get all the 3 points. Now, goalkeeper Baru made an error that led to a goal for Vision FC. Farouk, who started the season with Nations and was loaned to Vision, was the one that came back to haunt them. Then in the dying embers of the game, Nations got a penalty to redeem themselves and get at least a point from this game. Goalkeeper Baru stepped up again, elected himself to take the penalty and missed in the process, with Vision picking up all 3 points. Painful defeat, actually, for Nations FC, and their supporters are not having it at all. Elsewhere, Gold Stars lost to Dreams FC by 3-1, and today their dream of winning the Ghana Premier League could be shattered should Mediema end up beating Heart of Lions in Takwa. The relegation fight is still on because Karela also got an important victory over Swedro All Blacks. Asante Kotoko lost their game to Bechem United. Bekum Chelsea picked up all 3 points against 11 Wonders who have already been relegated. So let's wait and see what happens in Monday.
Indeed, let's wait and see what happens in the Ghana Premier League. Of course, we have one more match day left to the end of the 2025-26 season. Now, following Vision FC's triumph, assistant coach Burton Asare Wilson says his team executed their game plan to perfection. He also credited goalkeeper Godwin Ametepe and trainer Muntari Tego for an excellent job.
Like I told you from the beginning, we came in with a plan, and credit to the boys. They executed it to perfection, and I can say that kudos to them. You know, when you are coming for such matches, told you the pressure was there, but if they keep their pressure and they play the simple way and take the simple basic decisions, we will do it. And you could see that that was what they were doing. I mean, credit to the boys. Fantastic. And I give credit to the goalkeeper's trainer. He has taken good care of him. He has improved him to this level, and we cannot say much than to thank Godwin and then thank the goalkeeper's trainer in the person of Muntari Tego. It's a teamwork. You could see that he did well, but his defensive line and the entire team too were also helping in defending to ensure that we got the win.
That was Vision FC's assistant coach. Heading over to the final day of the 2026 African Senior Athletics Championships in Accra. Day 6 at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium was a thrilling conclusion to the event. Athletes from across the continent showcased their skills in various track and field events. The following 3 sports reports has.
So day 6 has ended in further disappointment for Ghana at the 2026 edition of the African Senior Athletics Championships. Now, there were a lot of hope on the 200-meter final because Joseph Polamwa, one of the favorites in the competition, was competing in the 200-meter final. But unfortunately, he missed out on the podium of that competition. And then after, there were eyes on the 4x400 meters for both the men and women because there were Ghanaian representation in both competitions when it comes to the final. But unfortunately, both teams failed to make the podium. The women actually finished 4th, and then the men finished 7 out of 7. And so Ghana could not add to their medal tally that they've earned so far in the competition, which is 5 in total. And so they will go into the next tournament having won just 5. in the 2026 edition of the tournament as host. Of course, there were a number of issues that did happen at the start of the competition, but it was all fixed from day 3 and up until now. It seems it's coming to a successful end.
That was a wrap of day 6 in the Senior African Athletics Championships. Now, Joseph Olamwa, who finished 5th in the men's 200-meter final, admitted he could have performed better. Despite the disappointment, the Ghanaian remains optimistic that the team can bounce back and redeem themselves at the upcoming Commonwealth Games.
That was the main target. No excuses. Everyone that made the podium is a very good athlete, so it was a good competition. I'm not even going to blame anything on what has happened. I just feel like I should have done better. So yeah, I'll just wait until the next time. To be considered as a good athlete, you got to put yourself in. I don't know if I should say fire, but I wanted to test it out. This is probably my second time doubling and getting this far. The first time that I did a double, I didn't even get out of the heat. So to be able to make the finals in the 100, 4x1, and 200, I'm just grateful for this opportunity and then also coming out healthy. So I'm happy about it. There's always a step-by-step thing. Before we go to Commonwealth Games, we have some races on the circuit, so we'll take care of that and then go to the Commonwealth Games and see what we can do over there.
That was Joseph Olamwa speaking. Still on athletics, Ghanaian sprinter Mustafa Bokpin delivered a stunning performance at the Conference USA Championships in Tennessee after clocking an impressive 9.94 seconds to win the men's 100-meter event. The remarkable run makes Bokpin the third fastest Ghanaian in history over the distance, further cementing his status as one of the country's rising sprint stars. Joseph Olamwa, when asked about Mustafa, described the young sprinter as one of the athletes to watch, adding that Team Ghana is fortunate to have such a talent in its ranks.
His ceiling is very high, we are all happy to see that he ran that time. It puts himself in a conversation and also gives us a lot of depth in our relay pool. So we are very happy that he's running that time, and coaches will be taking us for competitions. We'll be looking at that and be very happy, just like with the athletes. Yeah.
That was Joseph Olamwa speaking on Mustafa Bokpin. Now, Ghanaian international Antoine Semenyo emerged the hero at Wembley as his second half strike handed Manchester City a narrow 1-0 victory over Chelsea to clinch the 2026 FA Cup title. Since arriving at the Etihad Stadium, Semenyo has adapted seamlessly to life at Manchester City. His FA Cup triumph means he has already won 2 domestic trophies this season, after previously helping City capture the Carabao Cup earlier in the campaign. Here is the Black Stars forward speaking after that game.
I don't know how I feel right now, to be honest. I feel like I'm quite numb at the moment, but once we get the trophy and stuff, I think it'll kick in more. Yeah, I just tried to improvise the best I could, and yeah, went in the bottom corner, so I can't even complain. I've done it a couple times in training, so I mean, it was behind me, so that was the only thing I could do, and lucky I got good connection, and yeah, I went in the bottom corner. Practice, but if it goes behind me sometimes, I might try a trick or two, and yeah, it worked today, so I'm grateful. It's been hard work, to be honest. I'm learning a lot, and got top pros around me, top coach, and yeah, it's been a great 4 or 5 months, and long may it continue. Yeah, it is. It shows hard work pays off at the end of the day. Whatever happens in your life, it doesn't mean it's the end. So you just have to keep working hard and you get your opportunity.
That was Antoine Semenyo speaking. Elsewhere in England, Bruno Fernandes declared himself proud, happy and grateful to equal the Premier League record for most assists in a season. The new FWA Footballer of the Year got his 20th top-flight assist when Brian Mbeumo scored in Sunday's 3-2 win over Nottingham Forest, and Fernandes was delighted to draw a level with Thierry Henry and Kevin De Bruyne, who shared the record. Now, Fernandes, who had not created a goal in his previous 2 matches, admitted it had been preying on his mind.
No, obviously I spoke about that. Everyone knew that it was important that I could get another assist at least, and they've been trying everything they can to score from my passes. Was there probably moments today that I should have passed instead of shoot, and still I got the shot, but I'm very happy for the assist. But more than that, I'm very happy for the win and to finish the season on a high. Oh, of course, it's a privilege and a pleasure for me. I won't hide from that. I want collective awards more than anything, but knowing that your job is being recognized by many people, a lot of players that came out and said, obviously, that for them I was player of the season is very grateful, and I'm very happy with it. I think I got to 20 today. Let's see. We have one more game. Manager will decide who's going to play the next game. I'll be very happy to do it, but if I don't do it, I'm already very happy.
That was Bruno Fernandes speaking. Before we go, let's do some tennis. Jannik Sinner became the first Italian man to win the Italian Open for 50 years by beating Casper Ruud 6-4, 6-4 in Sunday's Rome final. The world number one became Italy's first male winner of the tournament since Adriano Panatta in 1976. Sinner's triumph on red clay of the Foro Italico also made him only the second man after Novak Djokovic to win all 9 Masters 1000 events, the biggest tournaments outside the Grand Slams, and complete a golden Masters. That's it for the sports segment here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Lishen. We'll see you same time tomorrow with more updates from the world of sports. But until then, have a great morning.
Yourself from germs and bacteria with confidence. Cleanse hand soap effectively kills 99.9% of germs with every use. Perfect for all your hand washing moments throughout the day. Available in a variety of variants and delightful flavors. Choose Cleanse for yourself, your family, and friends. Make Cleanse your daily essential. The GC brand. It's all about you. This advert is FDA approved.
That's clean soap, clean.
Come, let's go to the market. We have to buy everything for you before you go to SHS.
Mommy, please, all that stress, going around the market and carrying heavy things. My friends will see me sweating like this. They have already registered for their EduPack. I don't want to be left out.
Registered for EduPack?
Yes, EduPack, a Ghana Education Service approved and supported initiative for all first years going to SHS by Prospectus Ghana Limited. Now you don't need to go to the market. All the trunk, mattress, pillow, and plastic chop box are already waiting for your child at school.
Daddy, so what do we do?
We shall register you by dialing *713*821#, following the prompts. Or you can visit www.edupackgh.com and tap register. You can also register at any ADB branch near you at a very affordable price. EduPack, approved and supported by GES. EduPack.
This is where the future of global finance takes shape. Join over 500 leading financial market professionals and decision makers from Africa, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and beyond at the prestigious ACI World Congress Accra 2026, happening at the luxurious Kempinski Hotel, Gold Coast City, Accra, on Thursday, May 21st and Friday, May 22nd, 2026, starting at 8 a.m. Proudly co-hosted by the Central Bank of Ghana with support from Bloomberg, London Stock Exchange, Ghana Stock Exchange, Deutsche Börse Group, through 360T, and many more. Here's where we shape the future of capital markets, foreign exchange, investment banking, treasury, commodities, and risk management. Experience insightful discussions, powerful networking, Ghanaian hospitality, and an unforgettable gala night. ACI World Congress Accra 2026, delivering more than an experience.
Sunrise, 3FM morning show, 3FM 92.7, 3FM your urban lifestyle radio, 3FM sunrise, 3FM morning show.
Sunrise. If you check your time, it's some 20 minutes after 8 here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. We're also live on Kesme 107.1 in Tamale. We are coming to Prom Prom. You belong to the First HR Hotel. That's where they focus on three things. That's your quality, your peace, and you as a person. They focus on these three things. It's a serene escape with legendary services and world-class comfort. Not just a hotel, just your home for tranquility. And you should call them 050-335-9598, 050-335-9598, or 0303-989737, 0303-989737. I encourage you to also book the first HR height because they don't just provide a room, they provide a reset that the guests tell us that the moment they get in there, they get an immediate sense of peace the moment they walk in. A rare kind of assurance and lets their tensions just melt away. If you're looking for a sanctuary where the staff genuinely respects your peace and treats you like family, your first and only choice, I can guarantee that. And they're also located in town, just about 25 minutes drive away from town and into town. Accra Business Center to be specific. I want to give you the magic number to call. Please ready your phone or your notebook or your notepad and let me give you the number. You ready? Are you ready? Number ready. Okay, that's the number. 025 60 60 665. 025 60 60 665 or 025 60 70 666. That's 025 60 70 666. 025 60 70 666 or 025 60 60 665. That's 025 60 60 665. And you're in good company. I want to hear your own thoughts about the fuel price increases and what do you think of it, whether it's a global phenomenon or local vulnerabilities. We want to engage you on that one. We also want to talk about the government's decision to jump out of the hold of the IMF. But there's a relationship that's going on now with the IMF. Yeah. We'll get to talk about it. But if you are a first year SHS boarding student, hopeful or prospective student, and you're parent of a student of that nature, well, I want to tell you about EduPack this morning. EduPack, the Ghana Education Service approved and supported national service and national SHS initiative implemented by the Prospectus Ghana organization. It's now in progress across the country, all over Ghana. Parents across the country are already registering so that their children's trunk, Macintosh mattress and pillow and plastic chop box will be ready and waiting at their school before reporting day. These are 4 critical items: trunk, Macintosh mattress, pillow and plastic chop box. These 4 items. If you have not been to boarding school before, you never understand. So don't delay. Don't be caught up in that usual last minute market rush where you're carrying heavy items under pressure, you're sweating, you're panting for breath. No. Don't do that. With EduPack, your child does not need to travel to school with these 4 essential items: your Macintosh mattress, your chop box, trunk. No. All you need to do is to pick up your phone now, as I'm going to show you, and get on your phone and dial star 713 star 821 hash. That's star 713 star 821 hash. You get there, and then you follow the prompts, and then you are in good company. Or you can visit any ADB branch, Agricultural Development Bank branch across the country. There are many branches across the country. Or go to www.edupackgh.com. www.edupackgh.com. Make payments, keep your receipts, and present it on the opening day to collect all your child's EduPack items that you deposited with them. Your EduPack registration follows you to any SHS you are placed in. Avoid the stress, avoid the rush, prepare with confidence, and win with confidence. All at a very affordable price. EduPack approved and supported by the Ghana Education Service. For more information, please call. Now, this number is very important to me. 0500 600 607. That's 0500 600 607 or 0302 955 050. 0302 955 050. EduPack, no stress, no wahala. You got it. You got it. You got it. 0500 600 607. 0500 600 607. And the number. Call it. Now let's talk about your fuel and the IMF and all the issues in between. the 79th World Health Assembly in Geneva in Switzerland. I want to give you a taste of that, shall we?
Assembly with 3 requests, 3 asks. First, let us not let reform be a ceiling. If we are to fix the system, we must be brave enough to look at institutional mandates and measures without fears. Second, let us invest in execution. The world does not need more communiques. It needs deal rooms, local factories, and resilient supply chains. And third, let us measure success by the clinic, not the conference. The only metric that matters is whether a child in the global south has a reasonable chance of survival as a child in the global north. Colleagues, the old global health order built in the aftermath of a different century is tottering. But a new order is rising. And this will be an order that is defined by agency, not aid, by partnership, not paternalism. And it is being built for the mother in the global south, who even as we speak this morning, will be delivering her child under the light of a lamp tonight. In Africa, we have a saying that one who plants the tree does not always sit in its shade. The reforms we are discussing today are for the generations we may never meet. And yet let our seriousness today be the shade they will rest in tomorrow. And so on this note, I thank Dr. Tedros and the WHO for your leadership, and I thank you to be a special guest at this assembly. I thank you for your partnership.
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
As the President of the Republic, all the way in Geneva, telling us about issues of health, etc. here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7, some 30 minutes after 8. Let me quickly run you through the fuel prices, the market data that is available to us. Ketsi, the research desk here. Okay, Kojo, good morning to you and the team out there working so hard as well. We know that petrol minimum price floor, that's May 2026, was 14 cedis 60 pesos per liter. And then the diesel minimum price floor for May 2026 was 15 cedis 81 pesos per liter. LPG, the minimum price floor for May was 13.16 kilograms. 13.16 cedis per kilogram, I beg your pardon. Petrol increase between May pricing windows, that's 10.2%. Diesel increase between May pricing window, that's 10.6%. LPG increase between May pricing window, that's 1.1%. what has government been up to in terms of intervention? Government decided that in the month of April 2026, they would absorb 2 Ghana cedis of every liter of diesel. Government also decided that for the month of April, 36 pesos per liter was what the government was going to absorb just to make our lives. And we're told that that's been extended by some 2 months. The revised diesel support rose from, came down from 2 cedis in April 2026 to 1 cedi and 7 pesos in May of 2026. The duration of the revised intervention is 2 pricing windows. 2 pricing windows, not 2 months, I beg your pardon. Yeah. But what does the global outlook look like? What does it say to us? Brent crude oil price, according to the international pricing platforms that we know, on the 15th of May, that was last week, Friday, it had gone to $109.26 per barrel. Monthly Brent crude increase had gone up by 9.93%. Crude oil cited local decline, that's 113.80 pence, 80p dollars to 112.07p per barrel. What is our exchange rate looking like? Because all of this has to be put in perspective, really. The cedi exchange rate movement was 11 Ghana cedis, 220 pesos, thereabout, to $1. Then we moved on to 11 Ghana cedis, 31 pesos per dollar. The cedi weakening. Some analysts have said so. By about 0.95%, the cedi is weakening. But we know that our inflation currently is at 3.2%. For the month of March, for the month of April, it's 3.4%. That's our inflation, less single digit. And this has been the first inflation increase since the year 2024. I'm talking about 3.2 and 3.4. I'm not talking about 54%. No. We'll get into that conversation in a bit.
Man is suffer every day, every night. Sometimes wake up.
You feel, you know what my big brother said?
Your soul is willing.
He said when I was a kid and we went to church and then they said they were looking for money to collect the offering. This was the song I was singing, Money Palava. In the church. My priest was shocked.
Why you stop the bite?
No, the company said they are doing a review. So I'm waiting for the company.
Whether it was that for a purpose and the purpose.
No. My company said they are doing a review. So I'm waiting for the review to finish and then I'll come back. Yes. Yeah. I have to be very straight about it. I've explained now at the tire. So I have to say it the way it is. But welcome to the studio, Engineer Theophilus Jamaica Jr. Esquire. He's also a private legal practitioner as an engineer. Is also a member of the NDC's National Communications Team Council. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm greater than Accra. Greater than Accra.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Pleasure.
In flesh and blood. This IMF conversation, is it that the government is doing too low, or the government knows exactly what it's doing? What do you know?
Good morning to your listeners and those who are viewing online wherever they are. I just listened to my brother Egbeta Mekulo. He's in your studio TV3,
right,
doing marvelously well. Good morning to him. And let me borrow a leaf from the MPP booklet. Good morning to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. IMF has been with Ghana for a long time. Several governments have been to IMF. However, it never used to be a political issue until about 2015, when we had something lecture series that Central University.
By Dr. Baumia.
Exactly.
Okay.
Where he said that we were going to IMF because of recklessness and corruption. So that sort of increased the ante of the IMF issue. Ghana has been to IMF several times.
Right.
Nobody ever hears about it. But until that lecture series. So when the time came around 2021, thereabout, and things began to be bad, and people were advising that, hey, come on, let's look at going to the IMF.
Right.
And we had all the stories. We are a very proud nation. We cannot go to IMF. And we ended up in IMF on a stretcher. That's when going and coming out of IMF became an issue. Other than that, it wasn't an issue. So that was when people began to ask that, are you aware that going to IMF is as a result of reckless spending and corruption? If you are aware, then which ones did you take part in? For us, we are now going to the IMF. Then you watch the famous...
Did you get the answer?
No, we can never get the answer.
Why wouldn't you get the answer?
Because the people who were... apart from Kwesi Botwe, we've never had any finance minister as long as Ken Ofori-Atta.
That's right.
And we've never had any so-called economic management team that they ask the whole world whether that team is not a solid team. They go about their work diligently. In 2021, thereabout, they even comprised a team that included Franklin Kujo and the rest for some economic...
the dollar stabilization committee or something. It's a 40-man committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
And all that, together with the economic management team, which was being managed by the vice presidential candidate then, vice presidential candidate in 2015 and became vice president in 2016-17. Yet we went to IMF. So currently, what is happening? But before then, where's my brother Nuruddin?
Which of the Nuruddins?
Or the one who is a nice man but in the wrong party?
Oh, Kamaldeen.
Yes,
Kamaldeen is a fine gentleman.
I told you. I say he's a fine gentleman, but in the wrong party.
Oh, how?
Yes.
You can't all be at one place.
Oh, but when you see good things, you encourage your brother.
Diversity is important, Council.
Yes, but not every diversity yields fruit. Some don't yield fruit. So
come on, that's about.
Good morning. That's what now.
Good morning. I'm so sorry to be distracted by the fine gentleman. However, we had a situation where the vice president, who was the economic management team leader,
right,
who we were told was brought in just to stabilize the economy, was also there when finally we were led to IMF. And you remember the famous video by Honorable Kennedy Japan, when he said, those who are taking us to the IMF cannot lead us out of the IMF.
It was a political talk, was it not? For him to get the flag bearer bid, no, but he didn't.
But with all respect to you, going to the IMF was not a religious thing. It was a political decision. So it must be accompanied by political talk. So what he said then was actually the reality of what was on the ground. Today, we are exiting the IMF with certain indicators which are very good. The stabilization of the dollar, the inflation, as I read you mentioning all over, the spending is being with some discipline, and we are back from the junk, the Ebola status, to a B with a positive outlook if we continue along all this. So I think that all that we need to do now is to say that one of my trainings is in a continuous improvement. In continuous improvement, they say that if you are a big woman or a big man and you are boarding a flight, they will not they will not open more seats for you. You can buy two, but that particular one will be what you have to fit in. So you either have to reduce your weight, your size to fit in, or you don't board at all.
Or go to business class.
Exactly. So in this situation now, what we need to do now is that, hey, we are in the narrow path. Let us maintain that narrow path. You see, going to the IMF, it is not something to be celebrated. When they exited the IMF, we had Kenke Party. Unlike the low-key exit that we had just last week. Now, a lot of people have to bear the brunt of going to the IMF. The IMF tells you how many persons you need to employ, what you need to cut, taxes you need to do, ABC. Then, of course, when the Mahmoud Bawumia was brought in, he told us that one of the things he's coming to do is that the structural deficiency of our tax system, where a lot of people in the informal sector don't pay taxes, and he's going to increase that. That never happened. We were also here where they spent so much on 1D, 1F. Where are they now? That they were saying that was going to be one of the backbones of the country. Where's the 1D, 1F now? Was it supposed to be continuous government injection of money into it? Where are the 1D, 1Fs? Those were the reckless decisions they took. Then the NACOB or NAPCO. NAPCO.
NACOB is the drug enforcement.
NAPCO. The
Nation Builders Corps.
Yes. Where are
it's
they
not
now?
Bawumia apprentices. It's Nation Builders Corps. Okay. Heal Ghana, feed Ghana, teach Ghana.
So have we finished building the country?
Is it not the process?
Yeah, they finished with they exited somewhere even before the last election.
Right.
So does it mean that they are finished building Ghana? Those were the areas they used money for, which were supposed to give us short-term relief, but it ended up putting us into IMF, then with all the haircut and everything. So what we have now, this short period that we have fiscal discipline, we have inflation under control, we have the macroeconomic stability, we also have the exchange rate stable. I think that all we need to do is to maintain those.
This exit from the IMF, but it's more like, okay, we have left, but we have our freedom, but there's a big brother also looking over us. What is the sustainability plan to make sure that these good indicators we are seeing is sustained, such that we don't have to return to the IMF for another dance?
Yes, I made a comment earlier that
3FM, the best in the morning.
When you are fat or big, you have to reduce.
Right.
So somewhere along the line, we have to reduce and be on the narrow path. One of them is the fiscal discipline. We don't spend where we don't have. Even though we have been allowed to come back into the market, we don't borrow recklessly. As someone once told us that if it only involves borrowing, even their 18-year-old son would have been able to manage a country. And they ended up borrowing more than what an 18-year-old would have done. So what we are doing currently, we need to keep doing those things, make sure that there's fiscal discipline, there's no recklessness. The steps that the central bank and the Ministry of Finance are taking to make sure the dollar is stable, we keep. Then, of course, there are certain things that are beyond us.
Like what?
Oil prices. Okay? They are beyond us. So, in that instance, we only pray and hope that the global situation will be good for all of us. I know my brother here is going to come in to say, oh,
why are you anticipating what he will say?
I'm a lawyer.
He's not speaking.
I'm a lawyer.
Okay.
That's what we do.
Okay.
You anticipate what your colleague will do. So I know he's going to talk about the fact that there was the Ukraine
what
war.
if he doesn't?
If he doesn't, I've said it for him. There was a Ukraine Russia war, which, in fact, he needs to be reminded that the war is still ongoing anyway. There was the COVID, which he needs to be reminded that Madam Felicia told us that they shared the COVID money like
Felicia Tete.
Whatever she is.
Sanerigu.
Yes, Sanerigu. That they shared the COVID money like granules. There were some for regional executives, some for constituency executives, some for MPs, some for parliamentary candidates, and how they all shared that money, etc. So when he comes to that line, he should have those things at the back of his mind. But at the end of the day, with the big brother, as you are saying, yes, sometimes it's good. But you see, it's the integrity that counts. Integrity is doing something very well if nobody is watching you. So it's the integrity that counts. So for our good and for the good of tomorrow, let me borrow a phrase from President Kufuor when he said, let's bite the bullet and take the very strong, decisive moves. And when we do that, I believe that we might not go to the IMF in the next foreseeable future.
Okay. Come on. Good morning, my brother.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am good. And you?
Greater than Accra.
Very well.
Just to remind our folks that we are live also on Kesme 107.1 in Tamale. It's always a pleasure.
Let me say a very good morning to the listeners of 3FM and also the listeners of Kesme in Kesme FM in Tamale, and also good morning to Council seated right here. Of course, he alludes to me as a nice person. However, I'm in the wrong party. Interesting. The doings of true democracy in this country is the New Patriotic Party. The doings of true democracy in this country. Those who fought for us to now today liberate ourselves is the New Patriotic Party. And least we forget, lawyers have celebrated President Kufuor and his then Attorney General, Nana Adedonka Akufo-Addo, for repealing the criminal libel law, which was actually a turning point to ensure that free speech is not gagged, as we are seeing today. Unfortunately, indirectly, the good party that he belongs to is indirectly trying to introduce the criminalization of free speech in this country.
How is that happening?
Of course. Today, how can somebody write just on his wall, Dumso is back and the person is arrested? For God's sake. Dumso is back. That's my crime. And I'm arrested? For God's sake. When in fact, what is Dumso? Lies goes off and on. Just yesterday in the evening, we saw it. And somebody writes, Dumso is back, and it's a crime. Hey, this is a serious matter. Let's get serious.
The government has jumped out of the hold of the IMF, but there's an interim.
I'll just come into the
interim program.
See, no wonder.
How do you view it?
Of course, before I come to IMF, no wonder the venerable, respected, or the venerable, I shouldn't be. Let's say the venerable Kwesi Pratt, a senior journalist in this country, has said that he's actually worried for President Mahama.
Why did he say that?
Did you listen to him?
I listened to him, but you want to add some more flesh to the bone.
In fact, he's pitying him. That he actually proclaimed reset agenda. And is that the reset we're seeing? He proclaimed coming to leave a legacy. Is that the legacy we are seeing? That in the words of Kwesi Pratt, appointees of President Mahama are failing him. I didn't say it. For he knows more than me. He has so much information than me. Appointees of President Mahama who proclaimed reset agenda that this country was rotten, that in fact this is our second independence we're going to get. Kwesi Pratt says they are failing him. All they are interested in is to look for leadership and look for money. And he's sad. Today, my brother said that's a good party. That is your scorecard. Not too long ago.
These are my words. Scorecard.
Yes. That's a scorecard of the NDC.
Give me my flowers.
Played out by the venerable Kwesi Pratt.
That they are failing the president.
1 year, 6 months down the line.
5 months.
5 months down the line.
That they are
governance.
That they are failing the president.
Yes.
And that he feels sorry for the president.
1 year, 6 months, somebody proclaimed resetting agenda. Proclaimed going to give a better legacy. I've learned from my mistakes when I was coming. You only come and 1 year after 5 months, a seasoned person who analyzes governance tells you that you are failing. You should be worried.
So for you, the government has done nothing?
I have not said it. I'm just citing somebody who is even deemed to be within.
What do you say, Kamal Abdullahi?
Res ipsa loquitur. The lawyers
it speaks for itself.
Absolutely. The lawyers are here. Anybody who is buying petrol at 14 cedi 60 pesos. Remember, they took it at 14 cedi 50 pesos. Petrol. From Akufo-Addo. And they said it was rotten. It's bad. Today, floor price is around 14 cedi 60 pesos. And when I say floor price, what now goes, of course,
the markup.
So you move to somewhere is 16, like Shell and other places, maybe not to mention names, but look at the other stations. You move to some place, prices today, and you say, oh, it's normal.
But you sold diesel to us at 23 cedis per liter.
Yes. Of course, we'll come to that topic anyway, but no problem. The vulnerabilities, the whatever, what happens? You ask a question. There's a topic we're going to discuss, and I'll tell you.
No, because you went there.
Of course, I just wanted to tell you that's why I said res ipsa loquitur. Anybody who buys that and still pay 1 cedi, who pay 1 cedi to this government, this inept government, You pay 1 cedi to them for doing nothing. That person knows that actually things are not well.
Okay.
Now let me come to IMF. First of all, IMF is, for me, to all developing countries, and let's get serious about some of these. We coming to sit down and make people look good. I've always been with the idea that we have everything as a country. We don't need to go for a bailout.
Right.
That is my position. I've always had that position. Why? It is as a result of mismanagement of what we have that we don't put things right. We don't get our priorities right. That is why we have to run to IMF to help us secure policy credibility. You see, since independence, Ghana has been to the IMF 17 times.
That's right.
It's unfortunate. 17 times since independence. To what end? What have we gotten out of it?
But under your watch, you told us that we are a proud nation, would never go to the IMF.
It doesn't matter.
It matters.
You see, one thing, I enjoy listening to you. I wonder what to tell you when I come for this program. People like your program. But to be honest with you, some of your chip-ins are skewed towards what you want.
No, because I'm asking
I'm being
you.
honest with you.
These are the honest.
Our watch, but under their watch, what did they say? When they took her to Senchi and ate and slept in good rooms and said they were doing homegrown policy.
It was only
how did they end?
It was only Kwame Pianim who went. You all didn't go.
It doesn't matter.
It matters.
They claim they know better, and they are going to Senchi to put together and develop what we call homegrown policies.
You were invited.
Under
Techonomics. You were invited. You didn't turn up.
Yes.
It was only
granted we didn't go.
Granted statement.
Granted we didn't go. You are the best. You said you were going to do homegrown policy. You won't go anywhere. Did you go to IMF and that or not? Granted, we didn't go. You said you were going to do homegrown policy in Senchi, and then you took a Kwedanko who went there and slept in good rooms and came and told you I slept in a very nice room and I ate good
Let
food.
the dead rest in peace.
I'm telling you, that's what you did.
But
for them, you are not citing them. You are citing MPP who said they will not go.
But I'm saying
so
that
we should come and do the best thing, and then NDC will come and destroy.
We were called Sambalat and Tobias by Kenoforiata, who is not
I
in
am
the jurisdiction.
saying whether we are called,
and we were told that we are a proud nation.
It is not
we will not go
equalization.
to
See,
the
why you
IMF.
listen to Wudi?
It's not equalization.
I started by saying that you very good. You see, if you allow me, lawyer has flowed. You see, I started by saying that Ghana.
Come on.
You were here when he was interjecting me too.
Come on. Hold on. When you came, I gave you 4 minutes to talk about what you wanted to talk about. I have allowed you to speak. If now I'm asking questions like I asked him, you should allow me. Don't paint that photo. We are good friends. Don't do that.
Let me start all
putting you on the defensive.
I won't be on the defensive. He knows me. I won't do that.
All over again. I said Ghana since independence has been to IMF 17 times. The latest one was in 2023, where we went for the $3 billion bailout to ensure that our macroeconomic indicators look good. President Mahama in Switzerland, I listened to you when you played his voice, said something. He said there's a saying in Africa that the one who plants a tree today is not the one who sits under that tree. Therefore, in 2023, going to IMF was to benefit Ghana going forward, not instantaneously. Today, if we are reaping and getting benefits of the macro stability, it was as a result of debt restructuring, as a result of going back to IMF, as a result of ensuring that at least some expenditures were looked at, and as a result of ensuring that some discipline or physical discipline was put in place, which we are seeing this week.
Did we need IMF to tell us how to manage our affairs?
We have always needed IMF. That's what I told you 17 times. We have always needed them.
Unfortunately.
It's unfortunate. I don't support it, but we have always needed them. No government can pride itself that I have not been to IMF. And even as we see, there's some erroneous impression out there.
Didn't go to IMF.
I'm saying that to what end? We saw what we call galloping inflation under Champon because he never got his indicators right. Things were haphazard. I've read about his government.
But he brought you up and feed yourself. He fed you.
No, but it was.
He fed the country.
But it was a serious disaster in the end. What called for the coup d'etat? That's a history. You see, I took my time and I read some of these things just to understand myself properly. But of course, I'm trying to say that now, as we said today, President Mahama saying that when you plant a tree, you are not the one, you may not be the one to sit under the shade. It's voluminous. When the tree was planted in 2023, to ensure that some physical discipline was put in place, we were expecting that the fruits of it will come. No wonder that when this government was sworn in Immediately, the first budget was read. The budget they ran with was Amin Ante's budget. By 3 months' time before their budget came in March.
That was a transitional
In
budget.
the course of the February, March, indicators started looking good. And then, of course, S&P came to say, look, the reserve that you guys built, the disciplines that you put in together, the DDBP that you did, all this thing has come to help you, your economy. You understand? But you want to call us what? The baddest people ever before.
You are not guilty as charged.
Never. That's why I told you, see, we have a history. We must ensure that we follow that history. Pamscad. I was a kid. And in the 80s,
Pamscad.
Pamscad was
Agua.
Absolutely. Was an IMF program. That time, Rawlings and Co. were struggling. I'm told there was hunger in Ghana, 83, 84.
83,
I was really, maybe relatively 6 years, whatever, thereabout. Okay? Yes, about around 6 years, 7 years. I was not up to 7 years. Right. You get it? But I hear it was so serious. Yeah. So these are all programs that we've rolled out before. See, your question for us to discuss this morning is, we're out of IMF, or we may be out of IMF, but we're actually not out yet. We'll be out on the 27th of July. It's not up yet. Because they need to evaluate what we call our policy coordination instrument to ensure that
are we taking the right decision?
You know, whether we like it or not, that was what the program said. When this government came, they extended a bit. You understand? And whether we like it or not, it's time. When it's time, there's nothing you can do. The last tranche of the money will come, hit your account, and you are done. The last tranche of money hasn't hit our account yet, which is about 1 point something billion.
But the government is not opting to continue the program. They are opting to have IMF lurking around.
Have an option to move
lurking around, but they will want to move. And I'm asking, is that the best of decisions?
You see, we have already tied our hands by being members. We have tied our hands by signing into the EFF, the program.
Right.
Okay. We have also tied our hand by telling them that monitor whatever we do, so that we can have physical indicators. Economic indicators. Well, you understand. So whether we like it or not, it's an agreement between us and IMF, and they have work to do. And they have a country director.
Is the IPC the best option for us at this point?
You see, are you talking the PCI?
PCI, sorry.
Obviously,
PCI,
the PCI is an option. Whether I said when you are exiting an IMF program, the PCI ought to be put in place. You understand? IMF country director will have to look at the staff level agreement. Will sit down, you do meetings, they'll go back to Washington, and they now convince Washington that look, what we have seen Ghana and the trajectory they are going, they are right. I mean, they are on the right path. Therefore, they may not need any program. That is where credit ratings will now pick it up. Fitch and the rest will say, Ghana's economy is bounced back, this has done, and then we get the confidence back, and investors will now start coming in. But you see, I told you ab initio that we get these things wrong as a people. Why?
Tell me.
Today, Ghana, if we are deliberate, can export proper fruits out there. Ghana, if we are deliberate, we can develop local industries. Very
wonderful.
No, you see,
I'll give you space to
Ghana, if
do your rebuttals if you want.
Ghana, if we are deliberate, we can do mechanized farming. I am one of the people. If me, Kamal Din, in the most likely event, maybe in future, I don't know when, that I am made an agric minister, one thing I will do is to introduce back state farms. Because we have left farming.
But the state lands are all gone. Yes. Are they not gone?
Don't worry. Introduce back state farms. I'm talking about.
Where would you be planting? Because the lands.
It's easy.
Go to Damon, go Greek lands. They're gone.
We have so much arable land that we are not using in this country. We nearly got it right with quality grain and the NDC. Aveme, rice, salt.
Right.
And we failed as a result of corruption.
Same thing we did with Polugu multipurpose dam.
I'm saying that we failed. So that's what I'm saying, that if we are deliberate, we can develop this country. Bring state farms. We have 16 regions. Every region, we have YEA. YEA is including young people.
Yeah.
Every region, tell me that you are going to do 200 acres or 200 whatever. I don't know the number. Just get a large number of this particular, depending on the area and what we can do.
Let's do hectares.
Hectares. Depending on the area and what we can grow. You get what I mean? You just mentioned Operation Feed Yourself.
Yeah.
We want the government to own the farms. We want the government to collaborate with YEA and then other employment agencies, forestry and whatever. Employ the youth, bring the youth, give them uniform, put them on the state farms. Okay? And then the government brings in the implement. It belongs to the government. Government now builds, provide the food, and then push it to buffer stock. Push it to buffer stock, save it. You get what I mean? I tell you, we will end up helping ourselves by not importing in what we already have. Today, as we speak, local rice farmers are saying there's no market. Meanwhile, we are importing foreign rice to sell, killing their market. Okay? We don't even have a single rice mill for government in this country. We cannot have a rice mill factory for government.
Private people have it. I know Minta Kando has it. Asante Achimno, former member of parliament.
What they have, what is the capacity? Even I have a friend in Nasia who has one. Shaibu, he's my friend.
Right.
But what the capacity? What money has he got, man? But government has the wherewithal. First of all, you have a sovereign guarantee. You have a way to go out and look for money. That private person doesn't have much.
That's right.
You get what I mean? So secondly, you have also what it takes to say that state institutions can help you. You get what I mean? That private person doesn't have that. You have national service who said that they are going to do farms. They tried. Every year, the number of people who do national farm service, put all of them to the farms. Whether they like it or not. State farms are here. You are posted to the farm. Go and learn.
Kwagbenu started it. I think
yes.
It's continuing
so
now.
I am trying to say that we have opportunities, but we have not been deliberate about these opportunities. And that is something I don't want to read MPP, NDC in that.
Right. This is a national agenda
that we can help ourselves. When we do all this put in place, why? IMF will not come and tell us that we are going to look into your independent power producers contract. And because you are paying much money to them. Today, we are ending IMF, but we are not ending the debt with independent power producers. You know that. It's going to increase. We are not ending it. We are ending IMF. As we say today, IMF is coming to tell you that, hey, don't take workers here. Don't do this here. Don't do here. Conditionalities. We are ending IMF. Those conditionalities will go, but now we'll start picking workers again. And we don't have money to pay them. A country where we have to borrow to come and pay salary, that country is not planning. We are not looking at productivity. We are always looking at production. The production doesn't even come. And productivity doesn't come.
But come on, you know that each time we start this conversation about rice farming, sugar, oil, chicken, you have people who are connected to the various political parties.
That is where the problem.
Who import the thing to the country, and they try to block everything.
And let me tell you, they are not these people. They are not NDC or MPP. Every businessman is skewed towards his interest. When my brother NDC comes, some of them claim I'm NDC and use him to get whatever authorities that they want or permits that they want to start importing whatever they are coming. Then maybe some tokens. You understand? But because of our greed, maybe when they give you 10%, you take it and you are fine.
Right.
You've forgotten of the collective goal. And that is what has happened. The next time MPP comes, they also come to Kamal and say, me, I'm MPP. I've been trying your policy. And then they come in again. That is how businessmen use politicians in this country. And we are quiet.
But
and the country is not developing.
Why are you quiet?
That is why Emmanuel Ayukema said something. The beautiful ones may not be born yet.
Are not yet born.
Oh, are not yet born. In my words, I said may not be born yet. You understand? We need to be deliberate about some of these things in future. And if we are not, and we continue on this trajectory, always talking like this, we'll remain as talkers. We'll remain as people who uphold talk shop. I have not seen pragmatic policies. My panacea is that in order not to go to IMF again or Bretton Woods institutions for help again, first of all, whether we like it or we do not like it, every region must have a state farm. And that state farm must be over 200,000 acres. Depending on what they're farming.
But you see, you look at the template of planting, and my final one to you before I come to council.
Yes.
The template of planting for food and jobs. If you look at that document, it says that every ministry, department, agency should have its own farm.
Yeah.
That did not happen.
Yeah, you see, that for me, with a great respect, that to coordinate it is not going to be easy. You understand? Yes, somebody will make the argument that we used to have, food distribution company. We used to have rice mills.
Right.
They've all condemned. Right. We used to have meat factory. All of these were sold under
meat
the
marketing
NDC,
board.
Meat market. We had planned the structure. Today, when you go to advanced countries like Italy and other places, what they did 100-something years ago, they're still keeping it. But we failed along the line, but with this diversity implementation committee in 1985, when NDC brought it, and then sold all our factories,
carried
sold everything
them, all
out.
those ones, yeah.
And we didn't plan ourselves. So today we can really go back. We are not many, we are 33 million people. The government should be deliberate about it. The government of Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, inshallah, the president of the Republic of Ghana, coming in 2028, sworn in 2029. I pray and hope that he sees this. Let us run. Government, private can run together. But if we say we are giving everything to private, we end up destroying this country because the greed and selfishness is too much within our systems. Why? We are in a country where people now add some colors to palm oil to sell to you.
Okay,
It's not serious. So I think that this IMF program, we are not out yet. We may be out on the 27th of July. But if we are getting out, sadly, you just told me that inflation is increasing. Do you know that?
So 3.2 to 3.4.
Absolutely. That is why the economists told them that earlier on. Don't be gloating. Don't be too happy. What you came to meet has helped you to get to this level. And then continue with that. But sustaining it may not be easy. So I pray and hope that you are able to sustain it. Even though you are making comparison, it's not 54, and I saw the sarcasm in it.
No, there's no sarcasm.
Yeah, it was quite sarcastic. I mean, come on, I'm a communicator, and I analyze.
Facts are sacred. Facts are sacred.
But you see, so I'm trying to say that these indicators will start. So if we don't put things right, we may have a problem again.
Right.
Now, physical exchange rate, what is it? Today, we are told that the cedi has started depreciating again. And as a result,
it's weakening by 9.8% or so.
It's moving. You never know. So I think that all these things ought to be looked at properly before we exit finally to have a PCI that will help this country.
I hear you. Council, you had some rebuttal to raise. Let me give you a minute or two.
I didn't say anything that, of course, he will rebuttal.
I told you. Allow him.
He's behaving exactly like a litigating lawyer. He puts you in the corner so that you don't
the
know
man is learning so fast.
Yeah, so but I want to say
when
that
he wears his wig,
yes,
later to join you at the bar, you will see him.
Oh, he will be a good one. He will be a good one. By the time he's joining the bar, I'm sure he would have visited the party he is. But when you pray, particularly MPP members, pray for Ghana. And genuinely pray for Ghana. I mean, I saw a video of old men and women singing song. Doom Swabao. Oh, come on, I cringe.
Old men and women.
Yes, they are not children. They are not babies. They are old men. I mean, they are
happy that Doomsor is back.
Yes. Imagine.
So
and you sit here telling us that, when I was doing my master's in Belgium, a Polish lady approached us to study about Ghana.
Right.
And he said, there's pickpocket everywhere, but when you go on Ghana web, you see them written clearly that beware of pickpockets in Accra. He said, who does that? He said there's even pickpockets in her country, Poland. But nobody writes it on the internet to say...
allow him to. Allow him.
But nobody puts it on the internet to say that...
To tarnish the image of the country.
Granted that even what he's saying...
But that's a crime. A crime is a crime.
I'm coming.
By our cultural nature,
I haven't landed.
Okay, please.
Granted that is exactly what happened that the guy was arrested. Granted, which I believe is not true. Granted. Check. I mean, when you are washing your dirty linen in public this way, it rubs on you too. It rubs on you. This is a party that recently wrote to the IMF after somebody has eaten fufu and said that, hey, let me write to IMF. This is the party that went to Britain to say, don't grant us independence. Or you do all these things for Mother Ghana. That's what I'm saying. When you pray, genuinely, I love the way you use the word, inshallah. When you pray, genuinely pray for Ghana, such that by the time, if ever your candidate will become president, the country will be sought for him to govern. I'm taking a leaf from your book that you said that you made it good for Ghana, for NDC to. Does it mean that in 2017 when you took over, NDC also made it good for you?
They didn't make it good for us. Oh. I can compare and contrast.
Okay.
They did not.
Oh, okay. I leave the jury out there to decide. But you see,
MPP is always the best party.
We are aware. We are totally aware. We are totally
your party is not the best party.
I said that MPP. He said MPP is the best party.
Yeah.
And I said that we are aware by the 38% they got as the best party.
Oh,
that's one.
I don't know to fact.
And you see, Johnny,
it's 41% or so. The EC came to clarify that it was not 38%.
There is one thing about NPP. There's one thing about NPP.
Mm-hmm.
They always are good at recalibration.
Oh, but this was the EC.
No. They are talking about
allow me to do
recalibration. Dollar CD, they will recalibrate. Economy, they will recalibrate. Election results, they will recalibrate. So if they move from 38 to 41, as you are saying, it's another recalibration.
But this was the EC that brought the figure.
Yes, let's move on. I mean, even the Bank of Ghana brought figures, but it was recalibrated under NPA. So it's recalibration. I mean, will you honestly put your hand on chest, Johnny, and tell us that you had an answer to the question you asked Kamaldeen? I don't know. Perhaps don't answer me. But he went on every area in this economy, from Palms Card
to Agua,
1983 hunger, bushfires, Ghana must go from Nigeria, and all that.
But he was telling us about the economy, how the economy has went
on to talk to us about what we need to do to be self-sustaining.
Agric, state farms.
Yes. Now, my people say that when somebody wants to give you cloth, look at the one the person is.
You have to say it in a way so we can understand.
So if a mentally disabled person wants to give you cloth to use, look at the one the
who's
person
offering you that
cloth. And the one he has himself. We were here when we had 1D, 1F. It's a failure.
Why is it failure?
There is none that you can't go now and point to any of those factories and tell us it's working and it is still in that same. I have one in my area, plywood factory in Hawaii. Anybody who knows will tell you. Go and check. They will just go around, see somebody once you are slightly affiliated with MPP, they brand it and give you 1D, 1F. We had 1D, 1 dam.
1V, 1 dam.
1V, 1 dam.
1 village, 1 dam.
Where are they now? At a stage, the one in charge told us that we're not talking about a Kosombo type of dam.
That's how Akum say.
Yes, that's what he told us. Now, if that 1V, 1D was operational, you will not be telling us today to think about how to grow in those communities.
In fact, I spoke to the then Agric minister. I interviewed him one-on-one, Dr. Friakoto, who said that 1 village, 1 dam idea was utopian.
Good.
He told me that was when he wanted to become president, flag bearer. I interviewed him one-on-one on TV3. He said it's utopian. I said, but you can't be telling me this now after 6 years of being a Greek minister. After 6 years of being a Greek minister, you can't be telling me that.
I give you the whole time to you. Am I coming?
No, relax.
No, I'm
I
reacting
gave you time to relax. I'm watching the time. Come on.
I'm reacting to
relax.
Come on. Apart from all the interjections you did, I said you are a nice man. Perhaps you are taking your nice man nature too far.
He's a nice man.
Yes,
that's one. He's a jolly good fellow.
And in the wrong party.
I didn't say that too.
Okay. Then
it is your choice. It is his choice.
Okay.
Let's leave it at that.
He will join. You'll see that.
So wrap up for me, please.
No. So you mentioned the Polugu multi-purpose dam. So if you combine the 1V, 1 dam, and the Polugu multi-purpose dam all into one, it's a scam. If someone is telling you it's utopian, Utopia is a state where milk flows, gold is on the street, you put in, you turn your tap, honey flows, and you have everything. A state of over-enjoyment that you can only imagine, a state of being in heaven, etc. Utopian. That's what he told you. And our current flag bearer for MPP boldly told us that they've done the Polugu thing. Nothing was done. So it's a scam. So for him, the very things that will give us the backbone of our development as far as agric and industrialization is concerned, and they came and preached all to us. Yet it's all been a scam. He cannot have the moral ground out today to talk about it.
How did you support the MPP to achieve the things that they had in mind to help all of us?
You see, there are two ways of supporting. You can either be the quiet one, observe. You can also be the one that you attack and nothing will come in. Now, NDC never attacked except to point out to the very things that were not sustainable to them. The one you interviewed, do you know that who was the head of planting for food and jobs? Brought us food to what's the name?
The ministry.
Agric ministry for us to come and buy. And by the time he was leaving, what's the rate of food? Today he's telling us that we should have a situation where the food will be so much that buffer stock will be able to buy and store. Granted that buffer stock buy, let's go by his analysis. Buffer stock buys 2 bags this year and stores. Next year we produce 2 bags, they buy and store. And we do what? We do what with it? We are just tourists?
I didn't say store. No, but you keep and use.
No, and use when?
Oh, but the school children are there.
Yeah, that's what. No, you are thinking for him. I am saying that he's coming with a proposal. Let him give us the proposal. You don't just throw it into the sky and just accept that somebody else will take it up and do. No, that's what I'm hoping that he will tell us where these things are coming from. But you see, all in all, I feel that the IMF thing, the policy.
Do you think that we are moving out at the right time? Is this the best time for us to move out?
I think every time can be the best time. Let's move. Once we have some of the stability, we have met the gates, the toll gates, and things are picking up, it is best up to us to also be a bit disciplined and develop ourselves.
Okay, let's take a break. When we return from the break, we will get into another conversation on fuel and matters arising. You're live on 3FM 92.7. It's 18 minutes after 9. We're also live on Kesmi 107.1 in Tamale. See you shortly after these messages.
Register now for the second edition of the
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Welcome back. It's 21 minutes after 9 here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My guest, lawyer, engineer Jemega Jr. is a member of the NDC's National Communications Team. He's also a private legal practitioner. And Kamal Dean Abdullahi, His Excellency, I should add, I keep forgetting that. His Excellency Kamal Dean Abdullahi is a former representative of Ghana to the United Arab Emirates. He's also a member of the NPP's National Communications Team. Hopefully, he's the MP thing and national executive. Just looking. Come on.
Well,
good to have you back. I hear that in your beloved constituency, the people have not had it easy.
Well, so sad. I got back from Tamale yesterday in the evening. But I was home because I needed to go ahead of a storm, a heavy storm, that actually caused a lot of devastation to our people, especially within the Jana community. When we are from Tamale or driving from Tamale, going to Nantong constituency, is the one of the first communities that you meet.
Okay.
And these are people who vote strongly NDC.
Sunrise
But
on 3
having been hit by this storm several days ago, when I got there, I was told that the DC passed by and said hello.
Passed by?
Yes. Whether or not Nadmo came is a matter. The MP, they've not seen him yet. I was told that our former MP also passed by, who was an MPP MP, of course, passed by. The former DC also passed by. I looked at it and I didn't say anything. I said I also came to say how they are. And still I was touched by what the people are going through. And it's an appeal I am putting forward to everyone who is listening to me. You know, we are all there as brothers and sisters. Those of you who have a little. Our people live in poverty a lot. And in fact, when some of these things hits them again, it goes to augment their problems. So it is my prayer that whoever can support us, will try and support us. I was able to do my widow's mite as a donation to them, just to ease the pain a bit, because the central mosque within that community completely ripped off, walls broken down, everything gone. And I was telling myself, look, this is a forced measure, it's a natural disaster. However, we have NADMO in place. And in fact, this country, NADMO should look at those people who really don't have much to do. Attend to them, just show concern. Maybe the DC and the MP are yet to appear to see the support they will grant them through, the government will grant them through them, as it were. But as we sit now, apart from the little I did yesterday, nobody
has gone there.
Nobody has gone there to say, oh, just even take one single roofing sheet to help yourself. Meanwhile, people are homeless. A story is told of one whose wife just got birth. Just gave birth. The entire house, they have 3 room or 4 room, whatever. Everything is gone. They had no place for shelter. It is someone's uncompleted structure, single room, without windows, without doors, no, not even screen, no screening, and all that they are making.
They are putting up in.
They are putting up in now. That's how sad it is in Jana. And I want to appeal to Ghanaians. Please, even those of you who don't know that I'm around, I'm available. I can give my number to my brother. Call us. Let's see how we can extend some help to these people. Because already we know, like I told you, the kind of situations that we Northerners or some Northerners live in, below the poverty line even. You get what I mean? And of course, for them to be hit this way, it is quite pathetic. And then we should try and show consent. So I am calling on my DC, Rosina, Honorable Rosina, if you are listening to me. Please work with the district NADMO director. Let's see how we can help these people and the regional NADMO boss as well. Look, it's about governance. It's not about anybody. You never know who supports you. More so when even the people of Jana community votes NDC a lot.
No, that's not.
More so. I'm not even looking at that. But if that's the way to go, I'm just trying to tell you what they do. I mean, what they are going through and that the kind of support that they need, as it were. So we thank you so much for this time and all that. Now, what did my brother say? They are still speaking as if they are in opposition.
No,
yes, you raised an issue about
we are moving on.
Well, you want to talk about NADMO?
Yes.
They haven't done. You are not even.
No. Allow the man. Come on, slow down.
I am
Slow
telling
down.
you, this guy.
Come on, slow down.
This guy is gradually.
You have a comment on the disaster, please.
Yes.
Quickly.
I mean, you just made an appeal.
Yeah.
So I mean, I am also one of the people you have appealed to.
Yes.
So
we are expecting 100,000 Ghana.
Advocate General.
Yes. So whilst he was making the appeal, I got someone to get in touch with the MP for the area. Indeed,
the doctor.
The doctor. Yes. Indeed, I managed to take a recording of all that he has said and forward it to the person to forward to the Honorable MP. And after this place, I believe I'll follow up myself for something to be done. I'll give you feedback.
We are grateful. We are grateful.
So they are not the people of Jana. They are not alone in this. We are all in it. In fact, even in Accra, yesterday I saw some pictures of people's houses collapsing. I've always had a big...
On behalf of my Dagban people, we are grateful.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm a chief, so I have to take I have to take my place and say we are grateful to you.
Thank you.
Mpaya Pam.
Okay.
Always speaking plural.
Yes. Okay.
As a chief.
Yes.
Okay. So well, now, what was lawyer saying? Lawyer has forgotten that they are behind the steering wheel now.
No fast here, no.
They have given the steer to them. They are mom. You told us you will give us Formula 133. Ask him where is that Formula 133. My brother, who is doing a great job, even he himself has not been given a job.
But did he tell you he was unemployed?
This man works so well in the Volta region to help this party. I know him so well. Did all he could. Today, he is not considered under Formula 133, the so-called Formula 133.
Is it enforced, the Formula 133?
He's a lawyer, but for he being a legal practitioner, it would have been doomed for him. A great lawyer he is, great advocate. But for that, if he had depended on his own people and the work he did, they would have, by now they've disappointed him. I'm telling you. And on top of that, they are still pushing him down. Because they think that...
How are they doing that?
In politics, they fight potential. If you are too good, they fight you.
That's why they are doing you like that.
They fight potential in politics. That's why my brother, even they know. When they instruct it, they say he will go for seats in Volta region. They won't give it to him.
I see.
By the way, that's by the way, but I'm just trying to tell you, if Formula 133 was actually working, he would have been sorted.
The fuel price,
he himself would have been sorted.
The fuel price challenges
so
that we have.
Where is Formula 133? Is it then now come and want to ask me what we did in planting for food? We failed. No problem. You have come. Do what is right.
Okay. The fuel prices that we have as of now is gone up by an inch. Some say it's global shocks.
It's not by an inch.
Some say it's local vulnerability. What do you see?
Look, I am saying that these people, they are inept. That's what I'm saying. The government of the day is inept. What have they done by themselves? Initially, I told you the kind of mechanisms we put in place for them to ensure physical discipline, to ensure macroeconomic stability, to ensure that those indicators look good. What have they done by themselves? You told us that fuel had gone down. Now let's go and see what is happening. If not a very intelligent government, you don't know who will do. That's the AOS of the energy minister. Intelligent government indeed. Today, how much are we buying fuel? It will only take a smart government to do this. Smart government indeed. Today, how much is fuel? You say we shouldn't talk.
For a little over 14 cities.
Okay, granted.
Per liter.
MPP, we were not what? Good. We were bad people. We didn't even care about this country. We didn't have these people at heart. You took petrol at 14.50. Not even the floor price. Now where we are, only God will save us. When we talk,
what is the lowest fuel price under MPP?
When we talk, you are telling me, don't worry, when you get your time, you tell me. When we talk, you are telling us that, international market has gone to 109.
Strait of Hormuz.
Why are we not telling you about international market? You told us that international market didn't matter.
COVID, Russia, Ukraine.
You said they didn't matter.
But this is Strait of Hormuz.
They are saying they're all international. They said extraneous matters or issues don't matter. That was the worst. Those were their worst. Today they matter. You see, when you talk of deceit, when they mention the word deceit and you have not seen deceit, go around and look for NDC.
You find it,
As soon as you see NDC, you have seen the word deceit. That is the way they are. They will come and embellish things, insult you, say whatever, and say, well, for you, when you insult, they say, oh, there's a law. Don't do that. You don't do law.
But the council has not insulted you since this debate began.
When I was coming, you spoke a bit about financial market and the rest.
Yes.
This is the conversation we're having.
Right.
So when they come somewhere, you have to chip it in. That is NDC. I'm telling you who they are. They will deceive you.
I mentioned you.
They can insult. You mentioned me. You understand? They can insult. They can say anything. They can embellish whatever they have. Lies to turn it into the truth. But somebody shouldn't do it. Someone shouldn't do it. Fuel prices. How much is diesel now? Diesel is hitting 18.
18, yeah.
Yes. And if care is not taken, where we are going, and if the city continues to depreciate, okay,
which they claim they have used the gold, whatever mechanisms to solve, which is not still true. Because
but the government is putting in interventions
at the point when gold prices
to absorb
come down,
some of the costs on
what are the
petroleum products.
What are those interventions? Like what?
Increased again by 2 windows. The cabinet meeting by the president, and that's right there what we have.
I'm saying what? What are those interventions?
Review developments on the international petroleum market and approve the temporary measure aimed at cushioning consumers.
When we told them yesterday that government has no control of some of this thing, they said we're lying. Eduji was on TV3 trying to justify things. You can't justify anything. You yourself know that you do not. We have deregulated the area.
So 2 cedis of petrol, 36 pesos of diesel
that
per
list
liter.
Would have even bought higher. But for this.
So clap for the government.
How? Clap for them. I want it to come low.
To how much?
Why? When it was 8 cedi, 9 cedi, what did they say? Smart government. They should go back to smart government. You said to parliament, smart government. If not smart government, who can do this? Just within some months down the line, you are not smart again.
At the time, Trump had not started his.
They are not more smart. If you are smart, whether Trump or no Trump, you'll be smart. So don't take advantage of situations and come and tell people that you lie to people that you are smart government when you are not smart. Look, all Ghanaians want to see, farmers want to see fuel coming down for them to buy, for their tractors to plow their land for them. When diesel is too expensive, that farmer, it means that cannot farm. Because an acre of farm land that you want to plow, the price will go up because of diesel. And even it has come at a very wrong time because the grain season has just started. And I'm again praying and crying for my people. Because they are just peasant farmers. Everybody is farming. And they have to go and buy diesel at this cost. They can't pay for tractors. On top of that, they have had this storm devastating them again. And government is now inflicting more pain with 1 cedi on it.
It is to solve the problem that you left behind. That's what the government says.
Yemi MPP government ne ra chenye loxiale. Kami NDC government ne mali kun loxiale. Kanyan soya. Zunwa ayan that diesel. Ayan yola shiri 1 cedi. Later come the zo. So attracta ma ambonu no kato kwa wala. When zangle pa in charge. John Mahama government now so someone will come mali kun ma kashale. John Mahama's government is going to inflict pain on people and incur debt.
You're telling the farmers that the tractors,
will
to fuel
charge
their
higher.
tractors will charge them higher.
Yes,
and
because diesel is high.
It's going to affect their farming
That is what is
activities
happening.
and make their lives difficult.
My good people of Nantong will struggle. The good people of Myang farmers will struggle.
But the 1 cedi,
the Konkombo communities in the Eastern Corridor will struggle.
But the 1 cedi on each fuel was necessitated by, according to the government spokesperson,
Why,
Mr.
didn't
Kwacho
we have
Fusu,
that
that
already?
you left money that had to be paid, and they are trying to raise the money
when
to
they
pay.
came, they paid $1.49 billion of the such debt. We also, before we exit in 2024, paid $1.4 billion. So there's always been aged debt. So you don't come and inflict the pain on them. When there was DDEP, debt restructuring, and we said there should be haircut to save the situation. What did they say?
But you told us
they
there will be no haircut. The president said there will be no haircuts.
But there was, and now their case.
So did the president lie to us?
Good people.
Did the president lie to us?
Today you have put haircut on everybody in Ghana, including the peasant farmer, the poor farmer who's struggling. That's what you have done.
Council.
So for me, the fuel prices, they should stop telling us about international market. They should stop telling us about extra, what's the name? Exchange rate. Because we said your exchange rate is looking good. It's rising. The last time I checked, it's now bank rate is around 11 point something, right?
Yeah, 11.34.
When it was 10.4 something, you said we should make noise. We have told you that we have not put fundamentals properly in place. Back to my point, I beg you, MPP, NDC, until we become deliberate about industrialization, about mechanizing our agriculture and feeding ourselves, about outrightly banning the importation of rice. Whether we are sufficient or not, let's ban it.
We should follow the Nigerian example.
Whether you are sufficient or not, if you are not hungry, you won't work. My point is that President Mahama should hold the bull by the horn and declare that from next year, no rice should come into this country.
Thank you.
And see what we can do for ourselves.
I hear
as a
you.
country.
Let me bring in council.
We're not deliberate.
So our fuel price seems to be looking up again. Some members within your party have been talking about a global trend of a sort. You just heard Kamal. He thinks that it is your ineptitude and incompetence that is leading us on this direction. What do you say, council? Are you feeling us, contrary to the promises that you made to us before the benefit of power came to you?
There was something which he said that was a shot in his own foot. That when you pointed out the prices on the board,
right,
and you told him that if not for the government's intervention, those figures would have been higher.
Right.
And he said, yes, it means that they should do more. Now, Johnny, if we had Russia-Ukraine war, and if we had had the Israel, US, under MPP, would have had the Strait of Hormuz levy. I'm telling you.
Oh, come on.
I'm telling you. Let's not joke. I'm telling you. Ghana, until recently, was the only country in the whole world still paying COVID levy. The whole country. Ghana.
The whole world.
The whole world. Ghana was the only country paying COVID levy. So if I'm telling you
when COVID had ended.
I mean, Ghana's test at the airport under COVID was the highest in the whole world.
$150.
$150, to the extent that some investors who came complained to the minister that we came in on Tuesday, we went to Nigeria Wednesday, and we are back on Thursday. You are testing us again on the same $150. Ghana's own. You see, there are some things when they are saying, they should be shy of themselves to say it. We had ESLA, as you mentioned.
Energy sector.
Yes. They collateralize it. Use it for something else. Then they are here today talking about the fact that there was debt. So if there was debt, you should pay them. Come on. When was the last time you heard? He mentioned the independent power producers. When was the last time you heard them complaining? When was the last time? Because their debts are being serviced. And all this was done. Now, out of the one city that he's complaining about, you see, even when we were talking about let's get to IMF, I want to remind him a bit. Since he says that he takes his time to read, let him go and read. This one was just recent. They were saying that e-levy will be enough to cushion us from going to IMF.
Yeah. Ken Oforiatta said that.
Yes.
Could John Ponkroma reiterate?
Yes,
that?
And I said that Ken Oforiatta is the longest.
It was at a town hall meeting.
Good. He's the longest serving finance minister apart from the PNDC era of Kwesi Botwe. Where is he? He can't even come and justify his issues.
No, he's undergoing medical care. You know that, don't you?
You see, when you look at when the cyber crime, those guys who were jailed, one of them was was under dialysis and going to court. So what is different about Ken Oforiatta? Look, I am challenging Kamal Din. Rise up. Party of MPP, rise up. Let all Ghanaians, show all Ghanaians that we are going to tell Ken Oforiatta, whatever it is, calm down and talk. But before then, he mentioned Afenyo Markin. You see, one of my juniors sent me a message today. Last week, we had a serious argument that I said they keep talking about standards within the legal profession. Whose standard? And where is the standard? And he says, Senior, I mean, the standards must be maintained. And I said, unfortunately, those to maintain the standards are substandard themselves.
Oh.
And she said, no, you can't say that. So today, she forwarded the video to me and said, somehow you are justified. You listen to the sort of things he said. And I want to correct Afenyo Markin, he's my senior. The circuit court judge cannot hold you before him or her for contempt. It is not part of it. He hasn't got that authority.
That's right.
And Kofi Benton was on Newsfile the other day also justifying that the judge could have hauled Abronye before himself or herself for contempt. No, that also doesn't
That's
have.
for superior courts.
Exactly. So you see, when you are angry...
I'm not even learning.
That is why Kamal Din is about learning, about his doing. Yes. That is why when you are angry and you don't have a lot of emotional control over things, you make some of these errors which even genius shouldn't be making. But come back to this situation. Government is cushioning. We have deregulated. But Kamal Din, let him tell us that after the deregulation, there's no tax on it.
For how long will you be able to cushion?
Yes, we will as long as you say we need
let the original price speak for itself. And
we need
this cushioning.
We need to.
It looks artificial to some people.
No, it's not artificial. We all need to share the burden. We all need to share the pain. That is where I was expecting that he would have accepted. I asked him a question, simple question. Look, when I'm going to buy fuel, they don't sell me because I belong to NDC. So you take yours at 5% or 5 cities.
Since when did you know this?
When he's going to buy, they don't say because it's MPP, so take yours at 20 cities. I asked him a simple question. What is the best fuel price we've had under MPP? I Googled. I think the best under MPP is still worse than the worst under NDC as we have.
Oh, really?
Yes. We've had 22 cities. But you see, the equalization, that, you see, good. This is why I'm saying that when they want to pray, they should honestly and genuinely pray for Ghana. Whose joy will it be for fuel to be 40 cedis a litre in Ghana? Whose joy?
Wasn't it your joy yesterday? It was your joy to see us fail.
Whose joy?
Wasn't it your joy?
And you see, the good thing about what he's saying that we were gloating, we're happy, is that when the prices were going down, we allowed it to go down. It was simple as that. We didn't maintain it somewhere to say that let's make so much out of it whilst it's going down. To the extent that some people said they have. And around that time, Johnny, let's be honest. I think I was on this show when we said that traffic became heavier than usual because those who had heater to park their vehicles had started all moved them. Those are some of the benefits of it.
Speaking of which, where are the buses? You ordered some buses. They were supposed to be on the street.
Yes.
The president ordered.
They are pushing.
Yeah,
the one had a problem and they had to push it.
They said it's fake. They said it was fake. But where are the buses? Do you know, Council?
They are on Spinters Road. When you are driving Spinters,
they are parked there.
They are parked there.
Whoever is representing us tomorrow will address the bus issue.
The buses are here. They are parked at Spinters Road. Drive after here. Drive on the Spinters Road.
On the Spinters Road.
They are parked there. Yes, they are parked there.
But why are they parked? They're supposed to be on the road.
They are there.
Okay. You see,
they're supposed to be on the road.
You see,
I hear it was a BOT agreement whether the person should operate and pay. What they don't even have money to buy the buses. They came and they were launching what they didn't buy.
Okay,
it's not them for them. I'm asking. It's not for them.
You see,
they were launching what they didn't buy.
When you
no
become,
proper arrangement.
When you become a diary of contradiction walking, it's a bit unfortunate. He's the one here who told us that the government has the sovereign guarantee to enter into all forms of agreement.
But they didn't do in this case. It was a different one.
So the government has that sovereign guarantee to enter all sort of agreements.
Right.
Yet the government cannot use that sovereign guarantee to enter into agreement with BAS. It becomes so much difficult. It becomes so much difficult for ordinary listener to understand.
Lawyer, please.
It becomes so much difficult.
Lawyer, please. Don't go
there. Trying to win.
No, he can't win.
This is the first time I've heard such an argument.
You see,
when you were talking, I was quiet, I was quiet and patient like kindergarten teacher. So learn that from me. So the idea, again, as I said, whoever will represent NDC tomorrow will be able to address this. I can bet you on that one. But the idea that the buses cannot be used because they didn't pay for it, who ordered it in the first place? It was government of Ghana. It wasn't a personal property. So definitely it has to be used.
Okay, let's move on, gentlemen. Come out. The phenomenon of online fraud. Some call it hustle. Some call it the fact that they are trying to make ends meet. I'm looking at it from a perspective of unemployment and what future we are trying to build for our younger people. What do you see? I mean, now people are being picked up and taken to the US. The recent one is Lancaster and arrangement. Yeah. And it keeps...
I hear an MP has been picked up.
Yes, a member of parliament, but we don't know exactly why, because according to the majority chief whip, Dafia Mapoa Esquire, he says that they have not been shown a copy of the warrants. They don't know what's containing, why it's being held, etc. But we are looking at $140 million plus of total alleged fraud across all Ghana-linked cases. 16 defendants have been charged or convicted across all cases. 9 defendants have already pleaded guilty. And increasingly, if you look at the combined terms, 50 years combined sentence handed down so far. It's worrying for me.
Let me
Very
ask
worrying.
you a question. Do you know much about India and IT?
Yes.
You know how well and so well they're doing?
Yes.
Do you know this kind of software they're building?
Yes.
You're aware?
Very
that
well.
They are almost taking over
I
the
order
market.
things from India, so I know.
Absolutely. You see, once again, Ghana as a country has gotten it wrong when it comes to digitalization. Why? We've allowed our young people to go on free range. We haven't been deliberate to coordinate them properly and let them understand that the world is moving towards technology. Therefore, grow along that line. We started with having communication centers with internet cafes attached. You remember with that?
Yes.
And the young man
Com
gets up,
centers and internet browsing cafes.
because of the addiction on computer, the young man gets up, go and sit there without going to school even, at the expense of going to school. Start punching, start buying airtime, and always on the computer. Until that person is introduced online by someone you can do XYZ. You get what I mean?
I get it.
Then he gets addicted and thinks that through that I can even make money. That's how it started. Until it metamorphosed into Sakawa boys. Now they don't go to com centers again. They sit in their rooms and have their own
Because they have their own
and get their
laptops.
internet, and it moves on. When we started, you see why I'm saying
In
that we
fact,
got it
at
wrong?
some point, even when the immigration does swoops, you see them in the pool. So they come and rent a place like this studio, and all the boys congregate there, and they are.
Today,
doing
observe
their
something
things.
again. Aside the internet cafe and everything, the next thing we had was computer schools were being set up.
Yes.
Private computer schools.
Yes. Yes.
Today they are even dying.
That's
You don't
right.
even see them.
That's right.
What did government do deliberately to ensure that we harness such an environment? Properly give our people, tuition. We can do professional hacking. It's a course
Ethical
of IT,
ethical
hacking.
hacking.
They can show them how to develop softwares. When these private computer schools were coming, what did we do as a country? We haven't planned. Today we're talking about STEM education. We should have started along that time. Around that time with the internet cafe thing.
When everybody was
every
catching the
young person
craze.
going is in school of IT, and then they tell them that professionally build a software, you can make money out of a software. Imagine having a software that's unique in the world, that has to perform an act. Imagine how much they'll buy it. We have not taught these children all this. We are left everybody in the wild, and all they could do was to what? When you leave people in the wild, they go on free range. And when they go on free range, what is easy or the low-hanging fruits is what they are going to pluck. You get what I mean? Because in the IT industry, there are aspects of what we call criminology. So the person who is just there, just as every environment, who sees that something, an opening is here, and I can make this, goes into it. So I am saying that as a country, with the greatest of respect to us again, just like I said within how we have handled our farming area or agric area in our economy, and our energy, the same way we are getting things wrong in the digitalization area. We should be deliberate again. We have this center built by President John Dramani Mahama.
The digital center.
Digital center.
Jifagunu's place.
I want to find out and ask. Do you remember under Kandapa, we had what we call community IT centers, sponsored by World Bank, built throughout the country in most regions. That time it was 10 regions. Where are those centers? They have been taken over by snakes. Community information centers, they call them.
Yes,
And the
ISD.
Minister of Communication.
ISD.
Yeah,
It was
no,
under
not ISD. It was under Minister of Communication. Later on, GIFEC took over.
Yes, GIFEC. I remember those ones. Yes.
I know about it.
They were built. Yes, I
They
remember that.
built it around the country to go. They want to develop the youth, teach them on IT and all that.
To replace the erstwhile cone community
Absolutely.
centers.
And they even employed program manager, computer heads, whatever.
Yeah.
Where are they? What have we done as a country? And we continue doing NDC, MPP, and killing our youth. So when you ask me what we can do to stem this fraud, because there's an opening, somebody thinks that $14 million can be made somewhere.
Yeah.
Legal or illegal, I have the know-how to do whatever I want to do. I move on. And there are no proper checks in place. As a country, it's just not too long ago, we have had our cyber security authority put in place.
Yeah.
Really? Are we serious? Not too long ago. My brother is a deputy CEO, Jamal Kunzwa. Not too long ago that we had it as a country. So we sit down and all we want to do is that everybody is on the what? On the go, looking for quick money.
And that's where the problem
and
is.
Proper management of our structure is not there. So those community information centers, I am asking a question. When we build them around the country under Ministry of Communication, where are they and what are they doing right now?
Council, step in for me.
So until we're able to get it right, our young people are in the wild and they are so zealous, and because they are zealous and because they have ambition and they are determined to make money, when there's an opening, they go into it. So I'm saying the government today, if you have promised that you are going to have what we call
133
codes system.
Codes program.
Codes program.
Under Sam George.
Yeah. When the
1 million
minister,
codes.
You remember the codes definition at his vetting?
No, you remind
what is
me.
coding? You don't remember what is coding?
Remind me.
My brother Suparu, good morning to you anyway. You see, so even the person to go and handle the place doesn't understand it.
Don't worry, Suparu.
The person to go and handle the program that will digitalize the entire place doesn't even understand what the coding
let me give
NDC, like once again, they will come and talk plenty.
Let me see the rest of the time to council.
We need them to really work.
I hear you.
Thank you.
Good morning,
I think
council.
Issues which are of national concern, MPP cannot go about it without being political.
But why?
Yes.
He kept quiet for your line.
You asked a simple question about
what are we doing for the young people, because
secondly,
digital fraud is on the ascendancy.
And it is bringing a wrong image to the country.
That's right.
It's the one reason why when you mention you are a Nigerian, or those days you are carrying a green passport, the people begin to get scared about you, and you check about the number of people who are linked into things like that, then they draw you into that. So it is something that all of us need to be concerned about. I used to be worried if you are in the UK or US, you call your bank and the one receiving the call is in India. And I keep asking what are ambassadors doing, what are our trade attaches, etc. But because we don't have the facilities, that's why I agree with him. We have not established the backbones for us to have those facilities. Data is expensive, internet connectivity is poor, etc. Over the years, it is not only Sam George era that we are experiencing, some of this we are experiencing. Indeed, I've defended people who have been to Yoko. They have been about all this money laundering and fraud, etc.
Right.
Before. It is not today. It has always been happening. But the bigger part is that I believe that get rich quick. The celebration of those who are rich, irrespective of wherever they get the money from. And it is also making it, I am here, people call me to say, hey, do you have a US Visa card?
A connection?
No, Visa card.
Okay, so they can offload money to you,
it.
so you can bring it to them.
Then I'm asking myself, then I get to the airport and someone picks me. Meanwhile, you are just enjoying your booty. Your booty. I've followed people to the police headquarters where people have transferred money into others' account and they refuse to release the money, and it's become issues, etc. But you see how we handle all those things don't deter the persons from doing it again tomorrow. So it is something that as a country we need to sit up and realize that this is going to damage our reputation as a nation. And we should tackle it inside. The cyber crime, as he's saying, the one that is being headed by Egbeta.
Signals Bureau.
Yes, Signals Bureau, the cyber crime, etc. And the givers, they need to sit up and say that, hey, this is going to affect us in the next 5-10 years. We need to be up and doing. You see, currently, maybe the only good thing is that we collaborate very well when it comes to the extradition. But that will also, at a stage, slow down because we are looking for the lives of Ken Muforiata, who has not yet been brought in.
But so, work. That's what is important. Work.
So that's and
work and stop.
Johnnie, let's be honest. All that we are saying today, you think the Americans don't listen? They listen.
They do.
They have even some of our own people listening for them and giving them feedback. They listen. They know the environment.
I always say FBI is in town.
They might even be in this your building. You might never know. They listen. So they also know how we are behaving and responding to some of these things. So the only thing I would say currently that is helping us is the idea that when you say we need A, we are ready to say, okay, A, go to court. Let the court decide and go. Let me end. I know you are running.
Yes.
Let me end on this note to say a very warm morning to my younger brother. Doji, aka 1000. who is listening to me.
Dodgy, aka 1000.
Yes, Lord 1000.
What the nickname?
Yes, Lord 1000.
Lord 1000.
Yes, Lord 1000, who is listening to us. And, he asked me to ask you a few questions, but I'll ask you those questions off air.
I hear you. Come on, we're wrapping up. What do you leave us with quickly in a minute?
One, I think that we should also know that we have laws in this country, and we shouldn't cherry pick when we want to apply the laws. Like I said earlier on, the MPP would not just sit down for someone to walk over us. Afeyomake has spoken. My other colleagues have spoken. We are going to abide by the law, but we shall also do what is right to ensure that the government does what is right.
All right.
That's what we have.
Thank you. Council, you have the final word.
As let me add to what he has said. Privileges come with responsibilities.
Right.
So when you have the privilege to talk, you must know that it comes with a responsibility. Talk very well. Be a true flag bearer for. I mean, everybody is misbehaving, so that they will call them the following morning to come and shake hands with Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and take pictures. That shouldn't be it.
Right.
You should be able to say what you have said today. If that one is not okay, don't come and shake hands.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Council Jemega, Engineer Lawyer Jemega Jr. Theophilus Jemega Jr. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
My brother somewhere. He's more than qualified.
His
Why?
Excellency Kamal Din Abdullahi.
Why do you do this to him?
Kamal, you yourself, is it Nantong or party? What is it? Because I keep hearing things.
When the time
they say once upon a time, this one they say this one fits you, MP fits you. Then they say party executive fits you.
It tells you how versatile I am.
So now
it tells you how versatile your friend appears.
Don't confuse the people. Don't confuse us.
It tells you how versatile
leave us alone to mind our business. Come on, have a nice day. Council, have a nice day. And I want to specially mention Professor Ebo Hinton. His friends call him Bobby. I will choose to call him Dadigbomo. For the second time, he's been adjudged the best in all of Africa when it comes to marketing, and he is the guru that you're looking forward to. Congratulations to you, Prof, and we celebrate you in grand style, and we know that this will spur you on to do greater works as you have always done. Congratulations to you, Professor Ebo Hinton. If it's your birthday today, it's time now to wish you a happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
And a happy, glorious 40th birthday to my love, Mrs. Lady Akusia Ado. You are an amazing wife, a devoted mother, and my constant support. Reaching your 4th decade is a beautiful testament to God's blessings, grace, and peace in your life. I'm so grateful to walk this journey with you. Here's to more love, joy, peace, fun, and favor in the years ahead. I love you. From Mr. Ashbot Ni Mote Ado. Happy birthday to you. You are 40 years today, Mrs. Lady Akosia Ado. It's your birthday. Also, a happy birthday to Letitia Tele Tete. Letitia Tele Tete of Vakpo Health Center in the North Danyi district of the Volta region. This is from Martha Amano and Nimanche. They wish you a happy birthday, Letitia Tele Tete. Also, a happy birthday to Blessings Tete. Wishing you God's blessings. This from your dad, James Tete. Happy birthday to you. And a happy birthday to my beautiful wife, Sharifa. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you. This is from Paul Ogbodu. And this on not Michael Ogbodu, but on behalf of Michael Ogbodu, we wish you a happy birthday, Mrs. Paul Ogbodu Sherifa. Happy birthday to you. And as I said, if it's your birthday today, happy birthday. My name is Johnnie Hughes. On behalf of the team, thank you very much indeed for joining us for breakfast. We'll see you tomorrow. It will be a grand swell. It will be a great one indeed. Inyonam Halega is ready with a news update here. We'll see you tomorrow. Know that if you can think it and your heart can believe it, you can achieve it. You know, when your DJ starts pushing bread and cannot paste, you know that life is moving forward in the right direction. We'll see you tomorrow.
of Venezuela. Matilda, she take me money and I run a Venezuela. Cross the water, Matilda, hide your daughter, Matilda. Matilda, she take me money and I run a Venezuela. What you say now, Matilda? Sing the chorus, Matilda. Matilda, she take me money and I run a Venezuela. Everybody, Matilda, including the audience, Matilda, sing the chorus. Matilda, she take me money and I run a Venezuela. Open up your mouth, Matilda. Put your lips together. Slap, slap, slap. Sing the chorus. Matilda, she take me money and I run a Venezuela. Just the audience.
3FM 92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
It's now time for the news update here on 3FM 92.7. I am Enyuna Maliga, going to our first story now, where some 61,506 candidates across Ghana will participate in this year's technical and vocational education and training examination, which begins today, Monday, May 18, and end on Friday, June 12, 2026. Out of the total number, 59,754 candidates will sit for the certificate examination, while 1,752 candidates will write other traditional TVET examination. The Commission says the figures represent an 8.06% increase over last year's candidature for the Certificate 2 examination. According to TVET, 6 separate series of each serialized paper will be used this year, although all candidates will be assessed using the same standards and marking scheme. Now, still on education, President John Dramani Mahama has announced a sweeping education reform agenda aimed at ending the double-track system by next year through major infrastructure expansion and enhanced teacher development initiatives. Speaking at the commission of the Sweden-Ghana Medical Center in Greater Accra, the president announced the upgrade of 50 senior high schools and new community day schools aimed at transforming access and quality in education nationwide.
$300 million facility from the World Bank to upgrade 50 senior high schools nationwide. It is fundamentally about promoting equity, improving quality, and widening opportunities for every Ghanaian child. The Star J project is going to assist Ghana government achieve its target of bringing an end to double track in our secondary school system by next year. By 2027, there should be no secondary school implementing a double track.
That was President John Dramani Mahama there. Now to politics. The New Patriotic Party is demanding the immediate and non-negotiable release of its incarcerated Bono Regional Chairman Kwame Bafo, popularly known as Abronye, from BNI detention. At a media briefing, the minority leader Alexander Apenyo-Markin argued that the basis for Abronye's detention is frivolous, describing the arrest as a state-sponsored attack aimed at intimidating the political minority.
Parliament's Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee shall, upon assumption of Parliament, be made through an application to summon the Inspector General of Police, the Director General of BNI, to publicly account for every decision taken in this matter. The Chief Justice is not also above the law. They must all be answerable. And let the majority know this. In the effort by the minority in ensuring this is done, they should not try to stampede it.
And that was the minority leader Alexander Apenyo-Markin there. That brings us to the end of the news update here on TFM 92.7. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyuna Maliga. Ela AG comes your way with readout.
3FM 92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
Accra, Ghana, Africa, and worldwide. Join us on Inspirational Gospel Mix this and every Sunday, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Get ready for the revolution. What you say now?
I just wanna praise you.
3FM.
King of kings and Lord
what is your favorite scripture?
Well, my favorite scripture is Romans 8:28, and it says, all things work together for the good to them that love the Lord. Kwame, that is absolutely my favorite scripture.
Yes, your inspirational gospel mix, a moment to get inspired with the best of inspirational songs and interviews to get you prepared for the new week. Every Sunday, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. with me, your big brother, Kwame Adu, mixing G, mixing gospel. You can't miss it. You are blessed as you listen. 3FM 92.7.
It has always been a journey of Pan-Africanism and consciousness. It is your regular taxi driver with the urban blend and 3FM 92.7 in living stereo every day, Monday to Friday from 12:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. This is the show everybody listens to, so your business will certainly do well here. My name, Black Rasta. I am the rootical, hairtical, Don Gargan, Mua Fire.
Come forward. Atinga ya chika fankare, Azure ya chika fankare, Abama ta chika fankare.
3FM, your urban lifestyle radio. Your finest tunes in sync with a soothing voice. 3 Lounge with AJ.
Are you tired of the same old routine? Need a break from the stress and chaos of everyday life? Well, step into the 3 Lounge.